Welcome everyone to the SASB Standards Board meeting in December of 2020. This has been a fun, busy week already. Many people here today at this meeting and listening in may have been part of the symposium, which was fun to be part of yesterday. Very engaging and exciting to hear all of that discussion. And so today we're going to dive into some standard setting activities. So I'll start by noting that we have here with us in person most of the standard setting board. So we have Dan Geltzer, Elizabeth Seeger, myself, Jeffrey Hales, Kurt Kuhn, Lloyd Kurtz, Bob Perth, Stephanie Tang, and Verdi Chegar. And then online we have calling in Mark Siegel. Mark, are you there?
Yes.
Great. All right. I will try to make sure I give you ample opportunity to be heard, Mark, but feel free to jump in at any point as needed to make your point. And then I would also note for our other listeners that we hope that you have access to the materials readily available. So if you go to the SASB's website to our calendar page for standard setting activity, you can see the agenda for today as well as the slide deck that we'll be going through. And the meeting today is being recorded and will be publicly available after the meeting. So with that, I'll talk a little bit about what the agenda is for today. So we're going to be looking at some new project proposals. We began this process actually in September at our last board meeting and started 3 projects. And so we're going to be seeing a discussion of some new project proposals, getting an update on the current projects, as well as having some time at the end to talk about planning and scheduling going forward. So the agenda for today will be to start off with a discussion of research project proposals, which are at an earlier stage than specific standard setting project proposals. So we will then, after a break, dive into 2 proposals for specific standard setting activity. And then we will also get an update after that on the 3 projects that we started, that we approved last September, in September, and that's on human capital, rules of procedure, and the conceptual framework that we have. So in order to facilitate the discussion around the work that is being done and how we're doing this work, we're going to start off with an overview of the process that we have and how the standards that we have already issued can be updated and improved in the process that we use for doing that. So I'll actually turn it over to, we have here with us from the research team, Brian Esterly and David Parham, and they are 2 of the directors of the research team. And so Brian, could you walk us through some of the standard setting process?
Perfect. Thank you, Jeff. We'd be happy to. And thank you to all of the standards board members for joining us here today. I'm here as well as David Parham, as Jeff touched on, and various other members of the research staff will be participating in the meeting this afternoon. So as Jeff said, we'll touch on a very high-level overview of the standard setting process, but really put this in the perspective of staff activities and the purpose of the board meeting this afternoon. So what the staff has been primarily working on for much of this year, but really focused over these last several months, has been this initial project screening stage. At that stage, staff conducts preliminary research. We engage with the market. We engage with a standards advisory group and others in order to make determinations around what types of projects to advance forward in the process. When we advance the project forward, a project may advance directly to our standard setting agenda, essentially become a standard setting project, or in some cases, typically more complex projects, more projects with a greater level of uncertainty, we may advance them initially to a research project.
Sorry about that. They're saying that they can't hear, even though I could hear on their audio.
Should we give you a minute here?
Yeah. Well, Mark could hear though. Yeah, I could hear on mine too. I'm not sure about the other users.
Sure.
Mark could hear it. Mark could. Yeah, Mark could hear us too. So
I'm hearing you just fine.
Yeah, we are broadcasting, so I don't understand why they're saying.
Could it just be a few user-specific issues from the public?
There's 4 people out of 98, I guess. only four people.
Okay.
All right, let me just, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry to, well, I guess the folks who can't hear us can't hear me right now. Hope most folks are listening along, but just as a reminder, as Jeff touched on earlier, we do post the recording of the meeting shortly after the meeting, as well as a summary of the meeting outcomes. So please go to our calendar page on our website after the meeting for more information.
It'll be a complete recording, so we're not going to edit this part out. Experience it as it was.
Transparency. Thank you, Jeff. So as I said, a project may initially advance to a standard setting project, but in cases where the project is more complex, typically, or maybe a greater level of uncertainty, we may initially advance it to our research program or have it become a research project. The purpose of a research project is for staff to conduct research and obtain market input to determine if standard setting should be pursued. Really, if the project meets the 4 criteria that we established for standard setting projects, as well as our agenda priorities, which we will touch on in just a minute here. So at the conclusion of any research project, staff would come forward with a recommendation to the board on if and how to proceed with standard setting. And if the recommendation is to proceed with standard setting and the board agrees, then the project would be added to our standard setting agenda. At that point, the board is essentially agreeing that the project meets the 4 criteria. It's also consistent with our strategic agenda priorities that we established at our last board meeting in September. And at that point, formal standard setting activities are initiated, and the rest of the process is carried out with varying levels of due process consistent with the scope and objectives of the project, typically involving exposure drafts and comment periods, other opportunities for public and market input, and transparency along the way before we get to the actual standards update or revision, and subsequently post-implementation review after that. As a refresher on the 4 criteria that helps drive the board's determinations of when a project should become a standard setting project, I'm going to pass it back over to Jeff.
Thanks, Brian. The way that we think about how to address potential improvements to the standards is to think first and foremost about what it is we're trying to accomplish at SASB. And so we very much are focused on trying to facilitate communication between companies and the markets, the capital providers that are out there. And so we want to help companies to produce decision-useful information that investors need in order to make capital allocation decisions and also to exercise their rights as owners of equity shares. And so that is an important part of what that is the goal that we're trying to achieve. And so when we think about the standards, we think there's a lot of thought and rigor and work that's gone into producing the standards that we have now. And in thinking about making changes to the standards, we want to be very thoughtful that we're furthering the mission. So we are facilitating use of the standards by companies so that they can produce information that investors need to make decisions. We want to see that it can be used to improve investor decision making. So that is the number one thing that we are most focused on in thinking about what we might take up as a standard setting project. In order to prioritize the use of scarce human and financial resources, we do also think about scope and prevalence, and so we think about that from a couple perspectives. Some issues are cross-cutting, so could affect many different industries and sectors. Others would be more narrow, but it might be a really important way to address an issue in a particular industry. But even there, we would want to think about the extent to which companies within an industry would likely be facing that issue. And if it's not pervasive within an industry, again, it wouldn't necessarily be a priority for us to try to address. And we do think about capacity for the resources that we have available, and so we do careful project planning, both in terms of the staff resources to address issues, as well as the board's time to meet and vote on these issues going forward. And then ultimately, we do also think about whether or not we can see that there are potential solutions out there that could be brought before the board. Is there do we believe that it's feasible that we could propose a solution that we could then get market feedback on, as we move forward. So those are the criteria that we think about when doing standard setting activities, and the reason that we have the research stage is that sometimes there's just uncertainty as to whether or not there will be a feasible solution that we can identify, something that we might put forward to the board and to the marketplace to get feedback on, or there may be other aspects that we have not yet figured out yet what the scope of an issue might be. So we'll be talking about these issues today as we go through the different projects. But
Jeff, I guess, so certainly it makes sense when you don't know where the scope is or exactly where it'll end up going to research, but there are some, I guess, where we've done enough preliminary thinking that we're ready to move right into standard setting.
Correct, and that's really going to be the case with some of what we're going to talk about today. We're ready to jump in with the work that the research team has done initially to propose a specific standard setting project, which will still have issues that need to be identified and planned for, but we'll need our discussion. But it's clarity that it meets the criteria that we're focused on and fits within our broader prioritization. Maybe Brian, you could talk a little bit about the prioritization and how it affects the work that the team does before you bring something to the board.
Sure. And even a little bit more on that first. Initially today, we will bring forward 2 research project proposals that will provide clarity on which of the criteria where staff has uncertainty. And really the purpose of that research project is to try to establish more certainty or more confidence there to make a determination again on if and how to proceed with standard setting. From that point, we will provide 2 standard setting project proposals. And in both of those cases, staff has confidence that those projects meet the 4 criteria and recommend formally moving into standard setting activities.
Maybe just one additional comment on that. The distinction between a research project and a standard setting project is, it's not the difference between, 2 different chemicals, where it's clear and distinct, and we're trying to identify it. It's really just a question of at what point is it going to be most helpful for the market to get more transparency around the work that we are doing. And all of this work is being done by SASB, and we want to be as transparent as possible, but realizing that we don't want to, we don't want to necessarily put the cart before the horse in a sense. So it's really a question of when we sort of shift to a more transparent mode of saying, take note, we're ready for more specific feedback and clarity around.
Perfect. Thanks, Jeff. So as Jeff touched on, we're asking the board today to evaluate these project proposals, number 1, from this lens of the 4 criteria, but number 2, from the lens of our agenda priorities. These are the strategic priorities that we established, really the board established at our last board meeting in September. So these help drive which of the projects out of the potentially hundreds, maybe in thousands, we should really strategically prioritize. I'm not going to walk through this slide again, as we spent much of the September board meeting focused on this, but you will see this slide, or these different categories are really project characteristics or attributes throughout the day. As when we bring a project forward, we will provide clarity on which of these categories or attributes each project is connected to and how that project really originated. Another way to look at this agenda prioritization, which has been encouraged by the board, specifically at the last board meeting, is through the lens of a company's pathway towards implementation of the standard. And so we've spent time at multiple board meetings this year talking about this as one kind of framework for thinking about how a company advances from the initial commitment or decision on implementing the SASB standards through the pathway and potential barriers or obstacles along that journey towards implementation. We've spent some time at board meetings earlier this year talking about how once a company does make that commitment to implementing the standards, they may be held up at certain points along the process. And the board has encouraged us to think about this framework from a portfolio management perspective, not focus entirely on any one specific category, but think about diversifying our efforts and our resources across the range of potential obstacles that a company may face as they move towards implementation of the standards. So where we think it's helpful, we may introduce this perspective as well to illustrate another reason why any one specific project is important for the board to approve and really staff to more formally initiate work on.
Brian, I had the pleasure of sitting in on the advisory group that represents primarily the corporations adopting a couple of days ago. And I know that we, at least right now, the standards application guidance isn't a super top priority, but clearly there were some feedback out of that group. One of them being the challenge of how do you blend together if you have a company that represents multiple industries. Can we continue to make any progress on that outside of a formal project, or what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's a mix of how we can continue to make some progress on it, but really it's a multi-pronged approach. Part of it is education. And as we saw in the agenda priority slide, we're not prioritizing work on our standards application guidance because one of the key reasons there is what our research has unveiled is that really one of the key issues there is just awareness and education of the application guidance. And so companies that are confronted with this challenge of operating across multiple industries, number one, should become familiar with the standards application guidance, can look towards other examples, even some public webinars and other materials, case studies and such that SASB has produced that may help them address those barriers. With that said, over time, we may receive enough input to really indicate that more work really is needed there and develop more of a formal project. We're not at that point yet. We could be there at some point, but we think a little bit more time and education and awareness needs to play out first.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So what we'll do now is we're going to dive into the first of the research project proposals, and so this one is on content moderation on internet platforms, which is a really interesting topic. It seems like you can't open a newspaper. I don't know if people open newspapers these days, but you can't go on an internet platform without reading about content moderation on internet platforms. And so I'd like to turn the time over to Greg Waters and ask him first to introduce himself and then talk to us about this proposal.
Fantastic. Thanks, everyone. Greg Waters here, an analyst for the technology and communication sector here at SASB. I joined in July. So let's just go ahead and dig in. We're calling this issue content moderation, and I think it's really all about this idea that these platforms are really struggling with how they should be policing all of the things that are going up there. So we hear about political ads and the furor there. We hear about harassment, election interference, potential human rights abuses, and hate speech. All these things are not really in the SASB standards at present, and I think it's pretty clear that there's a huge amount of interest across the board from stakeholders. The companies themselves are doing a lot here, and the investors are increasingly aware of this issue as well. So really what we're trying to do here with this research project is establish an evidence-based view of how content moderation applies within SASB's general issue categories. That's to say how SASB would think about this across horizontally. I've listed a lot of very different things at top in terms of what constitutes content moderation, to really get a clear idea of what that is. We want to have a really clear idea of which companies and which industries this relates to, and then from there we'll have a better idea of whether to proceed to standard setting. So this is really all about scope and prevalence, and really understanding how this fits into all of this. Because I'm about to show you guys a lot about how it is clearly very relevant to 3 companies, but there's a whole lot more work that needs to be done to understand conceptually and then more practically what's happening. And in terms of our agenda prioritization, this is a new/emerging issue that we'd like to take a look at, which is a stated high priority for our organization. So I think it's important just to note the massive scale of these platforms. So some of the stats here on the left of this slide, 720,000 hours of content uploaded daily to YouTube. So that's over 82 years of content uploaded every day. We see a significant percentage of the world's population on Facebook. 2.2 billion people open up one of Facebook's applications every day, daily active users, not monthly. The monthly figures quite a bit higher. And then something like 500 million tweets are going out every day. alongside of that, I mean, I think the scale is a lot of the value prop that these companies offer advertisers, right? They provide a service to a lot of people, and these people provide information about themselves, and that information is then used to deliver targeted ads. So if you think about the financial drivers here, we're talking about the number of people on the platform and what's often called engagement. So that could be commenting or liking a post, sharing it with friends, but really it's about the amount of time that you're spending on the platform. Those are kind of the two key ingredients here in terms of what's driving value for advertisers and their revenue. With this comes a whole lot of what the industry is calling harmful content. So I don't think I need to spend a whole lot more time talking about the various scary things that appears on these platforms. Because even if you're doing Six Sigma and doing a great job of removing stuff, if you're talking about the amount of content we are, it's still the things are going to get through the cracks, and it's very challenging. So that leads to the need to remove content, and this is where we're seeing a lot of development, and it's pretty interesting in terms of where we are now compared to even 2 years ago in terms of company reporting. So all the stats here, these are being reported publicly by companies. We can see here, 9 million videos and 500 million comments removed just in the second quarter of 2019 at YouTube. 1.7 billion fake accounts disabled by Facebook in the third quarter of 2019 alone. And a lot of actioning happening on accounts on Twitter.
So there is significant disclosure already as companies begin to make the case that they're doing what they can.
Yes, and it's improving. In my opinion, it's improved each quarter that I've seen it. And and it's interesting just because this content is removed via a set of community guidelines or something named something like that. And I think where they probably started off was no violence and no pornography,
right.
And we are now these sprawling 80 to 100 page documents that are really trying to figure out well how did we define what hate speech is and what's allowed to stay on the platform, for example. So we've gone from very simple to very, very nuanced, and they're getting better at it all the time. And alongside that, each of these companies provides kind of different statistics and different breakdowns of how they categorize various pieces of harmful content. But the KPIs here are really the number of content removed. We see this across the board. And then what I would call the proactive rate, which is to say the amount of content that gets removed before anyone really sees it or before it's been flagged by a user to be removed. Because I think beforehand, these companies would rely on someone to speak out and say, hey, this is objectionable. We are now at a point where they're using these very large staffs and machine learning algorithms to try to take down this stuff before it gets spread around too much. And it's interesting. I mean, something like spam, I think you see 1.7 billion fake accounts. And I imagine the vast majority of all those is just kind of some kind of weird financial scam attempt, people trying to abuse the platform. But, that's like a 99.9% proactive rate success by Facebook. Whereas I think something like hate speech is a lot harder to define, and you see a proactive rate of something, under 20%. So it really depends on the type of harmful content, the type of proactive rate that we see from companies. And I decided to take a look at the 10Ks of all these companies to see what they were saying, and then it's covered by all of them at length, actually, which is pretty interesting. So if we think of this in terms of channels of financial impact on the revenue side, obviously, I think that if users begin to lose trust in these platforms, they'll eventually leave. There's also a big risk of, if you're an advertiser, you have brand safety concerns here. If your advertisements are appearing before or in the middle of really horrible content, that's a huge brand safety concern. On cost, sorry, but
so Greg, one of the standards we already have is around fines and judgments. So as we look at this cost area, how much experience do we have so far that there have been fines or judgments against these companies for content, moderation violations, whatever you want to say?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to depend. I think this is still really early, and there's a really large debate happening in the regulator community around what is the liability of internet platforms for things that appears on their sites. Under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, currently internet platforms have zero liability. So we're not seeing fines yet. It's certainly a topic in Europe that we're seeing. The Digital Single Market Initiative are tackling this issue and reviewing liability, and I think that the U.S. is talking about it too. I'd say the thinking is less advanced there currently than it is in Europe. So I don't think we're seeing fines on much of this yet, at least to my knowledge. I don't have a full answer for you on that, but I think this is an area where we haven't seen regulation yet, and not the kinds of judgments you see on something like user privacy or something like that.
It's a good example of something to dive further into in the
Absolutely.
midst of conducting a research project as well.
And it may be that the best defense against those is showing good faith efforts to screen them. So.
Yeah. And
Now, we've talked about these 3 huge companies that have significant resources, but there's a whole family of smaller organizations, right, that maybe don't have the capacity to do this.
100%. And Facebook has spent $5 billion last year on this stuff. In terms of I think it's 35,000 people who are working on moderation, and that's I think their full-time staff is 42,000. So I don't know. A lot of it's contracted, right? We don't know the breakdown, but we're talking about almost another Facebook for this content problem.
I was wondering if that was a typo of 3,500, but it's 35,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was an instance, and it was covered in the New York Times this week, talking about Article 230 and Section 230, and that it hasn't been found to hold all companies completely blameless when there are issues. And they gave an example of a smaller modeling website that they didn't protect the owners who failed to warn women that there was a known risk around that website.
Mm-hmm.
So, there are some issues even in the U.S. where with that law in place where there's company liability.
Yeah, definitely an area that I need to dig into more to more fully understand the landscape for sure. But it's $5 billion, though. It's pretty, it's pretty staggering.
We'll put that in that category.
Why don't you keep moving, and then this issue of scope will certainly come back up and talking about kind of next steps and our views on why the project is important.
Sure. Yeah. So with CapEx, I mean, again, a lot of the ideas here, I'm sure the companies want to move to taking care of this using machine learning. They're not anywhere close right now just because of how complicated this is. So lastly, with these 3 companies, I'll just show you guys a small sampling of some of the analyst calls we've seen on earnings. So what steps have you taken to really make sure that YouTube is safe for kids? I think that's one of the main challenges with YouTube right now. Twitter is focused on what they call the health of the public conversation, and it's been kind of a key strategic pillar since 2018. And we can see here an analyst asking about safety, security, and health. And lastly, we have an analyst asking Facebook really around this kind of mix between AI and human moderation. So just to kind of wrap up, I've done some early digging on these 3 companies. I think we've seen it's very relevant to these. But this research project is really about getting a broader sense of all of these things, and especially understanding how they relate inside of SASB's framework. So some of the things here, I need to break down and understand the amount of distinction between the various content moderation themes and the amount of overlap. Because we've talked about election interference or terrorism or illegal child exploitation content versus something like hate speech, and to what extent these are kind of covered in one SASB general issue category or many. When I look at the general issue categories, I think there's 4 that kind of apply at some level. So we need to kind of do a lot more thinking here in terms of how this works. So customer welfare or product safety are kind of 2 potential directions you could look at this. There's a human rights angle. I'm not sure if you guys saw in the board book something that happened in Myanmar, which is very directly related to this and has raised a lot of interesting questions around the use of these platforms, and when you don't necessarily think about the negative externalities that could be caused when you don't have a good eye on it somewhere else. And then lastly, worker health and safety. There's been some pretty explosive reporting around some of the working conditions and the secondary trauma experienced by the people whose job it is to look at and remove this harmful content all day. Secondly, we just need to understand which companies this. Yeah,
just a question on the taxonomy. Do you anticipate thinking about the flip side of this as well? Because often the companies say that a big part of this is actually supporting freedom of speech, and so and certainly that can have human rights implications as well. When you think about what might happen around the world, and so do you anticipate thinking about the other side of content moderation?
Yeah, of course, and it's an interesting one. I think in one of our prep calls, I think it was Dan who brought up this idea. It was like, well, to what extent is this getting political? And I think it's interesting because I think doing nothing can be seen as being political too, and so the companies are just in a very challenging spot. But yes, certainly these are very thorny issues in terms of, do we want private corporations to be the arbiters of free speech, or is it any better that we would let the government do that? It's thorny stuff.
It is thorny, and philosophically, it's super interesting. I'd say I would encourage you to then think about these issues, but then also think about through the lens of financial materiality, where is it that there's the greatest need for investors to understand what's going on within these companies.
I wonder if it becomes a sort of a feasibility issue too. I mean, can you really come up with a standard with metrics that are prejudiced in favor of one business model or another? I think we have a company that says it won't take political ads. Another says it will take political ads, but won't fact check them. I guess you could have one that says we'll take political ads, but at some level we won't permit false claims or false statements in those ads. I just wonder how you create metrics that that don't seem to bias in favor.
I mean, there's activity metrics, which is just counting stuff, and that's kind of the easy stuff. But
or qualitative, you
it
can
isn't
just
qualitative,
describe
though,
what
right?
you do.
Yeah. Tying that back to the criteria for accounting metrics in our conceptual framework, one of which is neutrality, where of course SASB would never take a judgmental position on this or what the right approach is, but take a neutral position. So I think that's a really strong comment, Dan, and then that could be a key challenge in conducting actual standard setting activities here, maintaining that criteria of neutrality in measurement.
You could also have, our standards are both metric driven, and sometimes we have description and narrative. And if you look at the investor questions that came out, they were kind of looking for some words, tell me how do you do this? So like a lot of our standards, if we could come up with some metrics, fine, but we might also come up with explain. And we did that a little bit on cyber. We just start with what's your risk assessment process, and then are there some other metrics that say that?
Yeah, and
I did want to ask, maybe you're going to get to it, but the prevalence thing weighs on my mind that while these issues touch millions of people and get a lot of attention and are clearly financially material, I think for these three companies, it is three companies, or am I getting that wrong? Is there a broader addressable need for standards on disclosure around this?
Yeah, I think that's one of the key questions of this research project is trying to answer. In terms of the next slide here is basically, we know that social media platforms have this problem. But to what extent is this elsewhere? I think there's a lot, and when you start using end-to-end encryption, where nobody can kind of see what kind of content you're sharing, that opens up possibilities of bad actors taking advantage of that. And I think the question is, to what extent is that a completely distinct issue from something like political ads or something like that? So
that's sort of the other thing that struck me as a question about this project. A web infrastructure company or file hosting business, the issues just seem very different than they would be for a Facebook or Twitter. Does it really all fit in one project? I mean, maybe that's one of the things you're going to look at, but that does seem like a question.
So is there a duty to screen content if it's private information?
Well, and on the flip side of Dan's comment, what struck me was in your question of where does this topic fit in the taxonomy of general issue categories on the materiality matrix and other kinds of ways we think about questions and issues. I looked at the advertising and marketing industry to see what was there, if there was anything already touching on this kind of question about responsibility in ad service, because in one way it's some of this is ads and some of this is just users, but it gets back to the question of the business question is about ads. So I wonder if there's a linkage there or a way to kind of share some research developed in that industry. Also, maybe even think about whether these three companies are in the right industry. Almost.
Yeah, and just to reinforce what Verity said, this is more or less the global social arrangements, or at least the ones in the U.S. and I think in the UK are settled for broadcast media, for newspapers, for magazines. So to what extent is there this idea of reinventing the wheel, and to what extent can you appeal to, there are global standards for most media for how they conduct themselves with respect to these things, and so why would it be necessary to invent a new standard rather than just implement it?
So just a data point, we care about this issue, and we look at it for a variety of companies. We have the web hosting company where this was critical, and we had to work with them on it. It also, for us, it also comes up any place where there's sort of online marketplace connecting workers directly to people who hire them. So it could be as broad as Uber, Lyft, Care.com. In our case, it came up in one of those examples. So I think if you throw a wider net and think about it as user-generated content or user behavior, the universe gets quite broad.
Go ahead, Steph.
Tagging on to Elizabeth's comment, I think gaming is also another area where,
Online gaming and how they're interacting directly with each other, it's come up in those investments.
Through the conversation chat.
Yeah, there's harassment that can occur.
One of the ways that Greg has talked about this is also kind of rolling it up into a broader view of trust and safety. So as you start thinking about it from the perspective of trust and safety, then the scope of it could start to significantly increase. So these are all spot on questions and comments, and exactly why we have this framed as a research project right now, because as you can see, we're not ready to commence kind of formal standard setting activities as we haven't established a formal scope. A scope in terms of either defining the issue or what industry or industries it might apply to. So generally, I would love to take these comments and questions as indicative of the board's interest and support for pursuing a research project, and kind of some key questions that staff will be tasked to reporting back to the board with a view on.
So the fact that the board has no idea how to solve this problem is votes for research.
We're interested.
Interest. That's what matters.
But I think we're
right
also
now.
getting at the fact that we like it, but we're also feeling like the scope is not well defined.
Absolutely.
So, if we want to be true to our process and stick to our criteria, then it's not compelling as stated because of these questions about scope and so on. But then thinking back to your bigger question, can we rework it a little bit so that it aligns better with kind of the bigger scope that we see interconnected to the question? Is that?
I think the way I would say that, I think it's the same thing, is that I really don't see a project like this being able to move forward until we've sort of sorted out the scope. And so that is going to be one of the key issues to work on, in the next stage before we can really move forward. We're going to have a sense for how we're going to tackle the issue. And that's going to be in large part the scope.
So precisely why we do want to work on this as a research project, and be publicly transparent and invite market input or engagement to help us answer some of these questions around scope, to then ideally move forward with standard setting if deemed appropriate.
Which could be part of one effort, or it could be broken up into multiple.
Absolutely.
That's the appropriate way to tackle it. There might be some easier issues to solve, which we can do in one project, and there may be enough to know we can work on things that are going to work at a different time scale because they're harder to solve, but important. But that's all to be determined based on the work that Greg's going to do going forward.
Mr. Chair, can I have one more question for Greg before we let him off the hook here?
Actually, he has still got a few more minutes.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Will remain hot.
Greg, it's clear you've done a lot of homework on this, and it's a rapidly developing area. Do we have anything to hitch our wagon to on this? Is there any either regulatory bodies or other groups that are doing deep work on this? Because this is, new territory and pretty deep waters. So.
I honestly, I don't know. Not there yet.
Yeah.
Was that a Greg Waters deep pun?
Greg deep.
Yeah. I think Kurt, another key question to answer in conducting the research project. Why don't you move through just the last portion of the content here, Greg, and see what other questions or comments come up before we wrap up.
Absolutely. So yeah, as Brian just mentioned as well, I think there's just a lot of engagement that we need to do to understand better understand investor interest and how investors are looking at this, and as well how data is being collected on this by the companies themselves. So just kind of getting this more fleshed out. So again, just to kind of reiterate what the outcomes of this would be where do these different content moderation themes fit in our various general issue categories, and is it something that's really big like trust and safety? Is it a couple of narrower ones that hit a couple of different industries? So from there, we'd be kind of looking at get together the various industries where this applies, and get an idea of what a potential disclosure topic would look like if we were to proceed to standard setting. So I also hope to come back to you in probably 6 months with a recommendation on whether to proceed or not to standard setting.
So one more question, just again, just not that you need an answer for it now, but possibly something to think about as you're going forward. It seems like related to all of this is another big topic is around authentication. That's the way I think of it, but it's essentially whether or not there is reliable content or whether it's fictitious. And so, the deep fake and the ability to now actually create compelling video evidence, which seems real. To what extent is that also going to be an emerging issue that investors are going to want to understand the risks that companies face when completely fictitious content might be able to not only be put up as sort of humorous, funny comedy, but that could actually be misleading, intended to mislead, that could be a form of harassment or other types of information. So thinking about that aspect of this as well.
Absolutely.
And not to add to your woe, but content moderation is labor intensive. We're reading press reports that people who are doing it are usually subcontracted, as you alluded to earlier, and really disturbing, violent, or pornographic material. To ascertain whether it's really disturbing, violent, or you've got to look at it. And many of these folks are in emerging countries and don't have normal workplace protection. So I think that would be another area where we could potentially ask for disclosure, or at least study the feasibility, and that may tie in with some of the larger human capital questions we're interested in.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Great. So just to wrap up, we know this is a problem at a certain number of companies. It's not in the SASB standards, but we want to proceed here and get a much better handle on scope and how SASB would be, framing a potential standard setting project down the line. So a few kind of sample questions that we had here is, we know this is the scope and prevalence is very clearly unknown at the moment, but do we feel good around the feasibility? Do we feel decent around mission alignment? And do we think that scope and prevalence is a good place for us to start? Also welcome any other questions you might have.
One comment, I guess, rather than a question. I think the real benefit of this may be below those top three. I mean, it's clear they're disclosing, and we may have qualitative things with workers' rights to dig into, but the whole next tier and expanded universe of having companies begin to think about doing this and be disclosing whether they do have the appropriate processes in place could be a real value add, I think, in the marketplace.
The large companies may have the ability to identify what is authentic versus fabricated. They may have the ability to identify objectionable content through algorithms rather than through people, and so the hardest issues may actually be dealt with by smaller companies. If that's true, that's where you'd expect a lot of the content to end up.
It's the importance of standards for disclosure of workflow.
I think we can turn it back over to Jeff to kind of for the key question here on how he and the board wants to move forward in terms of agreement on moving forward with this as a research project. Obviously, staff recommends that we should move forward with this on a research project, really focused on that scope and prevalence criteria. With that said, I think it's well worth noting Dan's comment and what I sensed was general agreement on keeping feasibility in mind and conducting the project as well. So strong recommendation from us to move forward with this as a research project. But Jeff, turning it back over to you here.
Yeah, open it up to the board. If you got any summary comments that they want to make on that topic.
I think we're kind of early in this. This is sort of the first meeting where we address these, and not that we should chase every headline, but I think it's interesting. I think there's agreement that this is an issue. And so I thought it was an interesting process that Greg went through. I felt the initial investor commentary that he was able to glean through information out there, and even though it's three. So I just thought it was kind of a good example of, they're headlines. You shouldn't chase every headline, but as you begin to think about what is going on out there, you've read an article about it, others have. So I thought it was just a good generic example of this whole research project process.
Mm-hmm. I think the point was made at the symposium yesterday that when people first started talking about setting standards around data security, there was a lot of people said, "Oh, is this really even a real thing?" And then a few years later, regretted they hadn't made an earlier start on it. I think especially with a deliberative process like this, you probably do want to get an early start on this type.
I'm all for jumping into the water head first.
One more comment to just throw into the soup in terms of the general issue category examination. It seems like there's an opportunity also to think about this sort of user responsibility or sort of the company that is selling a product and understanding the decision on who gets to use that product. In other words, ethics. There's a whole new category of customer ethics. Somebody maybe can remind me of what this is framed as in sort of the scope. But producer responsibility, ethical use. That's it. Ethical use of products might be a category that overlaps some of these questions we've been talking about.
Kind of brings in Jeff's comment about free speech. I mean, there's sort of two sides to ethics. What shouldn't you permit, and what maybe do you have an obligation to permit, even though you don't like it particularly?
So maybe worth flagging how in our existing leadership and governance sustainability dimension, we already have a business ethics sustainability issue, or general issue category, I should say. Maybe that's another consideration, thinking about that general issue category as well.
I'm certainly in favor of going ahead with this. There's so many issues we've discussed here. If this is a 6-month project, if you weren't planning on otherwise, maybe we could have like an interim report at 3 months to understand the direction of your thinking.
I also think that Jeff's comment earlier on the approach doesn't necessarily need to be trying to solve everything at once. There's an option to kind of disaggregate and break something into pieces and deciding on maybe part of it makes sense to move forward with, maybe part of it doesn't make sense to move forward with. So we don't know what the recommendation will be, but very fair comment. And I don't think we would, I think we could certainly plan on coming back with a status report about 3 months from now at the February board meeting.
And then hopefully Mark has access to his microphone right now. But Mark, if you do have the ability to chime in and the inclination to do so, one of you give you the chance to say something.
Appreciate it. A lot of great comments have been made already. I agree with Bob that this is a great example of how, as you are watching what's going on in the in your sector and in your industry, you see an issue like this, and that's exactly what we want to be doing and addressing these emerging issues. I think this is a perfect project for research, a perfect candidate for research. So I agree to add this to the research program. I would say that it certainly meets mission alignment and capacity. On feasibility, until some of these questions get answered, it's a little less clear to me that there's an obvious this is the way we're going to go, and it's definitely feasible, because I just want to make sure, we're talking about a lot of different general issue categories, and we're not sure exactly which companies we're talking about, and we're not sure if it even fits, which industries, if it's pervasive within an industry or not. I do also have, I think when doing the research, the question that came up on neutrality a couple times, but that's an important one. I would want to try to research different metrics if we go the metrics route, or as Dan suggested, maybe not. But if we do the metrics route, looking at different metrics to try not to create an incentive whereby, it seems like the company that removes the most content has the best metric, because I'm not sure that's kind of what we're after. Just wanted to make sure of that. And then obviously, it's certainly a pervasive financial issue for the largest companies that we're all talking about and thinking about. But how pervasive is it within the industry, and as we start building any potential disclosure requirements. But those are perfect things to start researching.
Great, thank you, Mark. That's very helpful. So I think I would just summarize this by saying I think Greg, thanks for a very engaging discussion, for your work in identifying an important issue, and for helping to dig in on it and help us to understand it. I think there's a lot of work yet to be done, but it seems to have a lot of potential. And so look forward to getting updates on this going forward.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
No more water references. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next project proposal, and this one is on plastics risks and opportunities. And so this is going to be presented by Gail. Gail, could you please introduce yourself and welcome?
Thank you. Gail Glazerman. I am the sector analyst covering resource transformation and renewable resource. And I'm going to revisit a topic I discussed at the last board meeting with a specific research project proposal. So looking at developments in plastics use as it might impact the pulp and paper and chemical sector, there is an intensifying focus on the externalities of plastics use, which has contributed to an escalating regulatory environment and shifting consumer demand. And these risks and opportunities do not appear to be fully or even necessarily at all captured in the existing pulp and paper and chemicals industry standards, but there is reasonable reason to believe that they could be deemed financially material. So I am seeking approval for a research project to establish a view on, one, if there's sufficient investor interest in adding the topic in either or pulp and paper and chemicals, and two, if it should proceed to a standard setting project, how that should be structured. So should it be approached as a single project given a similar common root, or two distinct projects for each industry? From my perspective, this significant unknown amongst the criteria would be mission alignment in terms of just underlying investor interest by industry. In terms of agenda prioritization, this would fall under new or emerging issue category, which is fairly high priority. And just to take a really, really simplistic view to get a sense of the issues that I'm looking at here, if you take the chemical value chain, you often start with oil and gas that gets processed into resins, which get processed into plastics, which can be used for packaging as well as other uses. For pulp and paper, you typically take trees, process that into pulp, and make traditional paper products. However, there is emerging technology and to be able to take trees and using a process very similar to pulping, create resins and other fossil-based alternatives, even energy, that could then be used to make plastics for packaging and also just new, more traditional paper-based alternatives to plastic packaging.
And those do seem to have some viability.
Yes.
Potential.
Absolutely. So touched on this last time, but just some of the factors that are contributing and have driven the increased tension on plastics. One would be China. At the beginning of last year, China effectively banned the import of recycling from around the world, which is creating a backlog of recycling in the places that used to ship it to China, creating issues for municipalities and local governments and sending a lot of recycling to landfill. Consumer sentiment has shifted, and just by a constant churn of stories in the press, particularly focusing on plastics in the oceans and implications and externalities associated with that. There has been a really intense regulatory shift. A couple of months ago, the Wall Street Journal noted at least 200 proposals related to plastic use in the U.S. alone. It's also happening at a more national level. The EU is banning certain single-use plastics by 2021, as is Canada. Even countries like India are looking at potential, at least partial plastics bans. And perhaps most importantly on the demand side. Just by one example of that, there's an initiative called the New Plastics Economy. Over 400 entities have signed on to that, including many of the largest consumer product and food companies. And signatories, amongst other things, are committing to ensure that all their packaging will be recyclable, reusable, and or compostable. And many are setting a pretty aggressive goal of 2025. So there's going to be a pretty dramatic change if the companies are serious about these commitments they're making.
Gail, this latest comment you had, and even this page brings up, like you can go ahead forward here. The next slide, I'll cover it also. The issue that, these big consumer goods companies are right in the middle of this. And I guess our thoughts about, you're focusing here on the pulp and paper and the chemical industry. Do we feel like we're covered through consumer goods in another way, or is there any sense that some of this work might lead over into, I know we have some goals inside the consumer goods arena, but any thoughts on that?
So obviously this particular proposal is focused on these two industries, presuming we proceed with both industries moving forward. As you noted, I have looked at how this issue is reflected in some of the standards, and for the consumer side, there generally is a reference and some metrics associated with packaging.
Mm-hmm.
So if it were to proceed, that would be more reevaluating existing content, particularly on the metric side, which might be somewhat lower priority. But that said, I will certainly share feedback I get and elicit feedback from colleagues, and if there is an indication that we need to relook at those.
Yeah, at least I'd feel better with us trying to, if we're going to dig in on this, because that has become a bigger priority even when we built it for the consumer goods. So I'd just be interested, Brian, in, at least a splinter group of this, looking and seeing, are we addressing the distinctions of, maybe proportion of these new, fiber-based plastics or whatever, organic.
Yeah, I mean, just to know, like some of the existing standards in some of those consumer industries, which again is not my area of expertise, but they do ask companies to report on how much of their packaging is recyclable and reusable.
Although recyclable is not the issue as much now, right? It's got to be degradable.
No, they're all the issue. I mean, they're making a pretty broad commitment, so they could meet it by any of those three standards.
Great.
Don't we have a packaging and containers industry too, which would sort of be in the middle between the manufacturers and the consumer goods people.
If this may surface something worth revisiting, but again, it's also at least recognized within the existing standards, where if you think about it, and we'll talk about it later, but for chemicals and paper, it really just doesn't surface at all.
Okay.
So again, depending on the feedback we get, it could warrant relooking at it, but I'd say there's more urgency just in an issue where it's not.
Because we're silent in these areas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in learning more about the demand for the source of the plastic, because all of these regulations in China and all that talks about the end of the life cycle for the plastic. Here, if wood or other plants are a renewable resource to create the plastic, I want to learn more about the materiality and the focus there.
No, that's fair. And I think if it were to proceed to a standard setting phase, then there would be an element of determining how narrow or broad to make it. So certainly for the plastics industry, it could lead to a question of discussing in a more broad sense how they are managing the issue with plastics and concerns about plastics. So there's a lot of R&D and investment in things like decomposing plastic back into the original raw material. So there could be product designs that improve the recyclability, which is a challenge right now. So it very well makes sense. This was formulated based on specific feedback within the initial standard setting process. But as we get into so prior to codification, but as we get into, if this does proceed, those are issues that would then have to get tackled. And for paper, as I said, it's not even necessarily about replacing plastics. You can actually make biofuels from wood. Would it make sense to incorporate that into this as well?
That's just a basic fact question. If the plastic is made from a bio input instead of a petroleum input, is the plastic itself more degradable then, or is it the same old plastic?
It depends. It can be, and that's kind of the holy grail of making it water dissolvable, but it doesn't have to be. So, but it's certainly conceivable. I will point out, and no one will thank me for this, but you actually eat wood more often than you realize. It's a filler in a lot of foods, but I mean, there's lots of things you can do with it. But
you can't eat the plastic container yet.
No, but there are groups that are working on edible packaging.
The wording is a little tricky though, and issues around is something biodegradable. It depends on the structure of the material. In some ways, more so than even the source of it. The source matters, but I think also what it ends up being like, and the process that would be used for it. Some things are more easily, less easily biodegradable, and if it all goes into landfill, not likely to be biodegraded anyway, not anytime soon. So So it sounds like one of the issues is trying to figure out to what extent there is investor interest in topics around this issue.
Exactly, and then I come back with something more specific. And to that point, this is not sector or industry specific, but there are at least some early indications that investor interest is pretty strong. So just walking through a couple of headlines on the top right, Wall Street Journal, talking about investor proxy initiatives from the spring, calling it the Revenge of the Nurdles, which relates to plastic pellets. The FT in July, talking about investors taking a hard look and referencing two specific investor groups. One that's working with PRI has 29 investors to investigate the risks and opportunities associated with plastics. Another one with 40 investors involved, focusing particularly on the consumer companies and what they're doing with their packaging. And then an interesting quote in another FT article talking about fund managers, quote, going to war on plastic, MSCI noting that this was not a topic that resonated at all a couple of years ago, but that's changing very rapidly. So there does seem to be intensifying interest in the topic, at least on a very broad level. And companies are working in this area. So this is, Stora Enso is a Finnish-based global paper company. And this is, I know, a little hard to read, but it's a slide from an investor presentation last fall talking about these issues. And they've actually gone as far as identifying, just in this one slide, 5 different market opportunities. They've gone as far as quantifying the scale of the potential market opportunity and a time frame. So if you look at the bottom, bio-based chemicals, because they do have to work on those issues about, in terms of water dissolvable, it's probably a little bit longer time frame, mid 2020s, but it's a potential $2.5 billion market. But some are current. So lignin, it would be used as an adhesive, replacing it again an oil-based adhesive, and it would be biodegradable. And that's something they're selling today. That could be almost a $2 billion market. So that's just one example. Another Finnish paper company showing a natural solution to renewable plastic. This is UPM Kymmene. And they're just, in this one slide, they have other initiatives as well in this area, but a wood-based beverage carton. So things that look like plastic are actually wood-based. From the chemicals perspective, these are issues that the chemical companies are looking at, just focusing on the feedstock issue, but broadly, a couple European companies, US company, BASF does actually disclose the amount of renewable raw material they're using. LyondellBasell started looking into renewable feedstocks last year. They offered their first products this year. Dow also talking about it, and these are just scratching the surface. Certainly they have other initiatives related to concerns about plastic. So just a reminder of the history. One, as I mentioned before, this is not captured in the Pulp and Paper Standard at all currently. It was flagged as a potential watch list item, but at the time deemed just not financially material. And I think it just is worth revisiting, just given just how rapidly the landscape has shifted. On the chemical side, just again for the history, what caught my attention is there was, in some earlier documents, consideration of a feedstock management topic. It was set aside just by a view that feedstock in itself was going to be an ample supply and people weren't going to be that concerned on where the source is coming from. And that just caught my attention relative to it. Now, there is a topic within the chemical standard on product design for use phase efficiency. However, that is really more focused on resource scarcity and just efficiency in terms of resource consumption, which doesn't really seem to capture the essence of the concerns regarding plastics.
If you go back one slide on the left-hand side where you have that feedstock management percentage of raw materials from renewable sources, that is not a standard now.
No, it was proposed.
Interesting, but it really sort of fits our style of. It ties into energy as well, so it's just a similar item. So
this was very explicitly suggested, kind of right ahead of the provisional standard setting phase, but it got set aside.
Yeah, I remember we wrestled with it. It was fairly minimal, I guess, very low proportion. And then as we looked at the proliferation of natural gas, at least for the foreseeable future, it looked like that wouldn't be a strongly viable alternative.
certainly this issue, this type of issue has come up, I think, in a number of different issues, and where we've sort of settled on it, kind of dependent on the industry and the timing. I think this is a great example of how good ideas from the past aren't necessarily applicable as the business environment changes, and it does seem like this is an interesting development technologically that suggests that there may be a shift in what businesses need to consider, and so what investors are going to care about.
So really just summarizing, this does seem to be a rapidly transforming but mounting issue. I don't think it's fully reflected in the current standards. And at this phase, really just looking for approval to just gauge investor interest and then figure out if it does proceed to a standard setting project. Does it make sense to do it as a single project on the basis that the root cause is the same, and I think there'd be significant overlap with the investor community, or just because the manifestations are going to be so different, does it make sense to approach them as two separate industry-specific projects? And again, at the next phase, it would then be kind of just looking at how broad or narrow to make it for each industry to capture where the market's interesting and where the issues are manifesting.
Gil, what's the catalyst for this surge in regulatory activity you described? Is any one thing? Are there new health effects that maybe weren't understood? Because plastics have never, plastic is sort of a common pejorative in our society, right? So
if I go back to this slide, I've kind of debated what order to put it in.
China.
China was, consumer sentiment might rightly go before China, but so if you think back to, it was I think 2015, there was a viral video of a turtle in the ocean with a plastic straw up its nose, and there were immediate regulatory shifts once that gained traction. If you, just the number of consumer searches, like if you look at the Google searches for plastics, it's just through the roof. And so I think it's somewhat reactionary, which is certainly something to be considered as we're developing standards, because these issues are not straightforward black or white. There are consequences depending on the decisions that you make. But I think those were a big catalyst of the regulations. And then you get the consumers motivated. That puts pressure on consumer-facing companies, the packaging companies, and then they've made these commitments. And then, it's kind of like the cherry on top, the fact that China, one of the U.S.'s single biggest exports across the board was waste going to China. And so when China really put the kibosh on that last year, that's created an additional layer of concern for municipalities that don't have any place to use to put it.
It's also putting a real challenge to recycling companies because the economics have gotten a lot harder to break even on recycling.
It is, and then there's a whole nother level because a lot of consumer companies are committing to using more recyclable feedstock. At the moment, because of our recycling system, there isn't enough of that raw material, which is another issue that might come up in a standard setting phase, which is better and different product design might facilitate that and be part of the way the companies are adjusting.
The other answer to your question on a combined project or two separate projects, and then getting to your point about sufficient investor interest. If phase one was going right to the investors in both industries, so you're gauging the investor step two. I wonder if you did that just very at first, if that might tell you the answer.
I suspect it will. I suspect I'm going to be having the same conversation with a lot of people from my prior experience as an analyst. There is a lot of overlap between paper and forest and chemicals investors. Which was a frustration of mine as an analyst. But so I suspect I don't envision this being a particularly prolonged project. I wouldn't expect it to extend past the next board meeting in terms of determining if it goes to the next phase, because I think that will be a pretty efficient process.
I guess maybe one issue, if you look at the far right lower box there on this new plastics economy, might be interesting to try to do a little envisioning ahead of the curve too on how would the world change if that goal became prevalent. Might be something we can ponder at the next review or whatever.
Well, Mark, do you have anything to add or ask?
I mean, on this one, I think you've hit all the right questions. I personally would keep the two projects together at this point, and if there's a reason to separate them later on, we could consider it, especially given Kurt's point around, do we even think there might be other industries that might have ancillary questions? So I'm in favor of it.
Do you have a sense for, the companies in the two industries and how, when they're managing, when they think about this issue, would they be tracking similar types of information that we would be interested in?
On the chemical side, I need to do more research, and it's somewhat going to depend on how broad it gets. So, for instance, I know Dow has made investments in companies that can deconstruct plastics. So it depends on how narrow that ends up being. On the paper side, I showed you some snapshots. The European companies have been talking about some of this stuff for quite a while. The U.S. companies, that is not to say U.S. companies, for instance, aren't working on it. They're just not necessarily talking about it. Domtar, a U.S. company, did reference, at least in their CSR, that they see some opportunities related to concerns associated with plastics. They didn't get into a lot of detail on exactly what products they're offering. So that's going to depend a little bit on the next phase.
And one more thing that, just maybe you can help me understand this a little bit now or at a future point, but there's a lot of regulation on this. It does seem like a lot of it's happening at more of like a local level than necessarily at a national or an international level. But that's, at least in terms of numbers of regulations, that's true. But in terms of like impact, obviously it's
for which I would pity some of the companies working on this. And it's a moving goalpost. That's on the regulation side. So do you ban the use of plastic bags? Do you ban the use of plastic straws? Do you ban the use of plastic straws unless it's to go, which kind of defeats a lot of the purpose of what they're trying to accomplish. But on the flip side, that's why the one box on this slide that I've emphasized is the packaging consumers. The Cokes, Pepsis, Procter & Gamble, Unilever, because ultimately that's going to be consistent if they're making a goal. Not to say they might not try something different in a different market. So there are plant-based products for some things, and they're taking different approaches. And to be honest, we talked about where does it go next? Coke and Pepsi have initiatives envisioning a world where there is no packaging and you have your scannable own bottle and bring it up to a dispenser. So, I mean, there's a lot that needs to be considered here. It is not a static field, but I think it's the demands and the commitments from the customers that are probably going to be easier to capture than is Berkeley charging a 25-cent fee for using a paper cup.
Yeah, that'll help me going forward anyway, to think about the issue and what information would be most likely to not only be of interest, but really sort of useful for investors to understand, is thinking about which lens to financial impact we're trying to really address, and if it's from the consumer side versus coping with the regulatory risk around it.
It'd be nice to have some kind of an exposure address to have companies talk about their exposure.
That's certainly one thing I've considered.
How do you paint that against this world? Is this almost like a 2 degree centigrade thing on the right side there?
I mean, I certainly consider that, particularly on the chemical side. The paper side, it may not be far enough along. I think it may reach the point of materiality, but it may not be far enough along that information would be helpful. But again, those are, I think, topics that would be worth considering in the next phase.
When I'm thinking about financial materiality, it may not be limited just to the industries you've discussed. The beverage industry, and this may end up being the basis of competition. Can you get access to better packaging than your competitors?
Yeah, that's why I still keep thinking we need to put a hook in the water in the consumer goods area.
Yeah, it's almost cross-cutting.
I think maybe maybe coming back to why we, or really Gail, have framed the project the way that we have, is that if we look at the containers and packaging industry right now, we have an existing disclosure topic, product lifecycle management, that addresses issues around where the feedstock comes from and what the output is in terms of compostability, recyclability, and so forth. We have similar content in some of the food and beverage and consumer goods industry standards. So I think that a reasonable outcome of this project that Gail's working on could be a bit of a tangential issue of kind of thinking a little bit more around the containers packaging industry, how the content that we have right now addresses it, as well as consumer goods and food and beverage. But what we would encourage this project remains focused on is really where the most significant gap is right now, which is clearly in pulp and paper and chemicals. And so encouraging staff, or really Gail and the staff, to stay focused on those two industries, but just acknowledging that there could be other tangential outcomes of inputs that suggest needs for other projects and other industries, less of a priority than these two higher priority industries.
Yeah, but certainly looking at what we've done and the feedback that we've gotten on metrics being potentially useful in some industries might suggest a good starting point for what we do elsewhere.
Absolutely, right. Absolutely.
And I don't know, to the extent that there is overlap in the way that companies are structured. It may be, is it the case that some companies have significant operations in chemicals and paper and pulp?
There's a little bit depending on if you actually produce pulp, so you're in an area that has trees, then you pretty much have this capacity. So it's more a question of just how much have you invested in it.
Right.
Now, there are some places like China does not have a lot of trees, so they usually import the pulp. So it's going to be less of an option for them. But if you're in Brazil, if you're in Scandinavia, if you're in North America, on the paper side, it's really just a matter of commitment and willingness. I mean, and some of it exists. So there's something called dissolving pulp, which is somewhat of a hybrid between pulp for paper making and actually a chemical. Just by example, this isn't like off the charts scientific crazy on some of this, and there are test plants for making biodiesel out of trees. So it's some of that's just taking it to the next scale.
So for me, I think that, as this project moves forward, it sounds like I think there's agreement that it should, understanding a little more clearly on my end how companies in these different industries operate, and what are the issues that they're trying to manage, given to your point just now, what the opportunity set looks like, and then thinking about whether they're trying to manage, the extent to which they're managing the customer side versus the regulatory side, and what the exposure is there, and then thinking about what would be useful for investors to know about, because there does seem to be interest, but what are they going to do with the information, and how are they going to use it? That'd be helpful for me, but it looks like a pretty good topic, and it sounds like there's general agreement that moving forward with it as a joint project seems like the initial leaning, until this is likely going to come more from your end than from our end, where you say, I can see moving forward more quickly, for example, or in a slightly different path if I can split it, and so I want to split it and address it separately, and then we can discuss it at that point. I think for now it seems pretty clear. Any other comments on this? Good job.
Yeah.
Gail, thank you for bringing this back to us and helping us understand the issue a little more clearly. At least you had more time to talk to us about it this time than last time. Apologize for that in September. But thank you, and great job presenting that to us today. So what we're going to do now, we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So we will we'll go ahead and take a break, but we will start back on schedule at 3:15 Eastern time, and so we'll go ahead and pause the broadcast for now, and we'll be back at 3:15. Great. We're good. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody back from the break. And in the second part of our Standards Board meeting today, we're going to be looking at two proposals for standard setting projects before we get into an update on existing standard setting projects. But just before we talk about that, I want to remind the listeners today that they can get the materials from our website. If they look at the calendar page for standard setting activity. I would also remind people that if they go to, if they want to stay up to date on the projects as we're working on them and on the standard setting meetings as they are announced and planned, they can go to SASB's website at sasb.org, and you can, under the About Contact Us information, you can sign up for email notifications on that. And also you can follow the updates on the projects themselves. So we are going to be turning now to the first of the proposals for a standard setting project. And just again, as a clarification on this, the last two projects that we talked about were research proposals where we're considering and moving forward with understanding better the issues that we could potentially address through standard setting activities, but not necessarily proposing specific changes to the standards just yet. As we move into this next section of the meeting, we're going to be talking about standard setting projects, and so looking to, with a little more clarity around an issue that we believe could be addressed that could fit the criteria that we focus on for developing and improving our standards. So the first of those is in the asset management sector and is on systemic risk, and we've got Anton to lead us on that. But before we do, I want to make sure that we've got Mark online as well. Mark, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Great. Thanks for joining us back again. And Anton, please introduce yourself and tell us about the topic.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anton Gorodnyuk. I'm a lead analyst at SASB, and I'm also a sector lead for the financial sector. Before I start, I just also wanted to frame this a little bit for the board, is that my proposal may seem a little bit more technical, more dry, maybe a little bit more boring than the previous proposals that we've heard, and maybe it's one of the maybe it's what delineates the research project and standard setting project, but it's going to be more focused, so just so you know what to expect. So as Jeff mentioned, I'm going to be focused on the asset management industry, specifically systemic risk management topic. So the problem with the topic is that there are two accounting metrics under this topic that may no longer satisfy criteria for metric selection. So specifically 3 out of 7 criteria in the conceptual framework that are a fair representation, usefulness, and alignment may no longer be met by accounting metrics. Additionally, there are emerging product trends within the industry that may contribute to or result in exposure to systemic risk, and therefore the content of the standard is not adequately measuring performance on the topic, and therefore does not provide decision useful information to investors. So something that I would like the board to focus on and discuss is that the staff proposal includes 2 options, and there would be a discussion around selection of between the 2. So option 1 is more narrow in scope, and it includes a standard setting project to evaluate removal of a quantitative metric within the topic and the revision of a qualitative metric within the topic. And then, if necessary, to pursue an additional standard setting project or research project to evaluate alternatives. So again, narrow scope, just removal or revision of the 2 metrics. Option B is broader in scope, and that option would include a more holistic evaluation of the scope of the systemic risk management topic and all underlying metrics as a whole. So since this is a standard setting project, staff believes that all the 4 criteria for a standard setting project are met. So it's aligned with the SASB mission. Under both options, we believe that there is a clear scope and prevalence, and we believe the staff have current capacity and feasibility to address this issue. Just a quick overview of where it all fits in our standards. So in our taxonomy, we have systemic risk management standalone general issue category, which really focuses on ability of financial institutions specifically absorb shocks arising from financial and economic stress, and also meet stricter regulatory environments. And within that category, in this financial sector specifically, we have 5 industries which includes topics mapped to this general issue category. And specifically 4 out of those industries include a topic that is named systemic risk management, but my proposal only focuses on one industry, which is asset management and custody activities, and this specific systemic risk management topic, where we were addressing risks associated with potential ability of financial institutions, asset managers or custodian banks, through their activities to pose, amplify, or transmit risk to financial system. So again, here, we focused on just one industry and one disclosure topic, just to make it clear. We're not talking about systemic risk in banking or insurance.
So custodians do have a similar risk as the asset managers.
In some ways, we cover custodian banks under asset management industry. There are differences, but there were reasons to include them under one umbrella.
It's one industry as it's defined right now, asset management and custodian.
And some custodians at least have significant asset management on top of that. So State Street, I believe Northern Trust.
Correct. So a little bit of historical content, how we got where we are. So this is not the first time we are having systemic risk management within this industry on the agenda. In fact, when we were codifying standards, we did a significant revision of metrics in the standard. So we moved from 3 metrics that are more focused on banking type of activities, where we received significant market input that the metrics were not relevant, and we tried to more closely align with where regulatory framework and discussion around systemic risk were at the time. So we removed a few metrics and included these 2 metrics that are now in question. But since the codification, there are a few indicators that may highlight that the content of the standard warrants additional revision. So there are market indicators. We have so far 4 companies that reported standards using the asset management industry standard. 3 out of the 4 companies recognize systemic risk management in their disclosure, but none of those companies actually reported the 2 metrics that we have here in question. And actually, none of them didn't even recognize those metrics as relevant, even if the data is not available, because sometimes company just states the metric, says that they don't have data, or for any reason they don't disclose. In these cases, these metrics were not even mentioned.
So they omitted and did not explain why they omitted.
They omitted and did not explain why.
Did they explain other metrics that they did not report on?
In some cases, companies do that, yes.
So these comments, I'm just trying to understand what to infer from the lack of comments. Okay? It could be that it's so immaterial that they didn't even want to say it was immaterial, or it could be that they just don't want to disclose and for a particular reason, and they didn't want to say it wasn't material, and didn't want to say it was material.
Have we done any outreach to them?
Well, so we did, and I'm gonna touch on that as well. So we did receive feedback. One major company in the industry, large company, stated that for them, the fact that the way SASB captures systemic risk management in the industry actually raises a concern around the standard as a whole. So it essentially kind of puts a bad image on our understanding of the industry. So for them, it presents a barrier for adoption of the whole standard, not just the disclosure topic, because they may feel like we are not really understanding business activities of the asset managers. So that's what we heard.
So the implication is important for us to understand. That's fine, but with respect to the issue, they're suggesting that the way that we were capturing systemic risk is not the way that they think about the risks that they face.
Correct. Yes, and we did receive very specific input, very constructive feedback on this topic and these specific metrics from a company, indicating that some of the indicators are no longer aligned with the regulatory framework, and there are regulatory changes happened since the codification of the standards where we no longer aligned with, which also presents the alignment risk.
So yeah, I do want you to have a time to sort of talk a little bit more. I think you are probably going to talk a little bit more about the change in regulation and how that relates. But I just want to, as you're talking about that, one thing I would like to know more about is this really about alignment? And so should I be viewing this as feedback on cost of reporting the standard? If it is aligned with a regulatory framework, then they're probably already gathering information. And so it could be more cost effective to stay aligned with the way that this is being managed from a regulatory standpoint. Or it could be that the regulatory issue is addressing the risk around something. And so we should be aligned in terms of decision usefulness on the regulatory issue. So to me, there's two sides to what we do, the decision usefulness and the cost effectiveness. And thinking about alignment with the regulation could actually be about, a company's concern about alignment with it could be related to either of those.
Yes, I will actually, maybe I'll touch on that as I go through. It will be easier. So that's kind of the next slide. So here's our current approach on the systemic risk management in the asset management industry. The scope of the topic structured around the risk of an asset management or custodian bank currently of being designated as systemically important. That was a rationale. So if a non-bank is designated as systemically important financial institution, there are regulatory implications leading to higher costs and burden for compliance. And additionally, we had measures that were aligned with the proposal by the Securities and Exchange Commission to disclose liquidity risks, specifically through the classification of investments into liquidity categories. So at that time, when we were codifying standards, that was the proposal by the SEC. And so that could be thought of as a rule-based approach to this topic. So there is a risk of being designated as systemically important, therefore it makes this a financially material issue. And additionally, in the context of current disclosure topic, we also have a sort of an activities-based approach to measuring this risk. And specifically, the activities that we're capturing are those related to derivatives and securities financing transactions. Since the codification of the standards, there were certain regulatory changes that resulted in this rule-based approach no longer necessarily applicable from the standpoint that first, in the context of the liquidity buckets metric that was proposed by the SEC, the Commission itself received feedback from interested parties stating that such disclosure would not be decision useful to investors. And the SEC rescinded that rule by not requiring asset managers longer disclose that liquidity classification categories. So as that metric still remains in the SASB standard, as the feedback received by the SEC holds, it means that SASB standards also no longer provides information that would be decision useful to investors if disclosed. Additionally, the Financial Stability Oversight Council rescinded the approach to designation of non-bank systemically important financial institutions. So since the narrative of our topic was focused on that risk becomes significantly lower because it becomes much harder for a non-bank to become systemically important. Therefore, it may not necessarily be the most appropriate way to measure performance on this topic. I'll stop here and see if clarifications are needed.
So can I try and play it back and you can grade me? But what you're saying is regulators have they started with a very conservative rules-based regime and they've retreated from that essentially and said for companies that are not banks, we're going to, we believe that the framework is robust enough that we don't need to treat them as suspects or as a elevated concern around systemic risk. So we have metrics here that are referencing this old regulatory regime that the companies can't, they wouldn't report on them because they're no longer relevant in their regulatory framework. Is that what it's?
Yes, and it's also fair to say that the conversation around systemic risk in the context of non-banks is still evolving. And we knew that at the time when we were developing standards, and we knew that the topic is relevant as feedback indicated, and we had to kind of rely on the fact that the regulatory environment is evolving, and at the time where the thinking was, we included the metrics that were most relevant at the time. And since the regulatory environment moved along, I think it also makes sense for the SASB standards to also evolve, and since to be aligned with the conversation where what is most relevant for investors to assess performance.
Anton, I'm a little concerned about one comment you made, that the existing measures seem to suggest we don't understand the industry. But from what I just heard, we basically were taking the most prevalent measure at the time, right?
They did it at the time.
We did at the time.
Okay.
And now,
Just,
now they're saying it looks
right.
like we don't
So it's
understand.
just that we need to update, not that
Exactly.
not that we had inappropriate measures to begin with. Then.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just an indication that we need to evolve as the market evolves.
Okay.
So this may be the flip side of the same entities, but have since the suggestion was that the previous regulatory regime was leading to misleading information for investors, do you have a sense that investors felt misled, like that they misunderstood the information was not useful or was confusing?
I would not try to answer, maybe go answering that question. My understanding is that there was that rule has not been in effect yet, so there was no disclosure provided by institutions, and there was.
So it would be misleading.
It would be
if it got to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just because a regulator lets you off the hook, and the victims say we agree, right? So FTC says, okay, forget it. Companies subject like, oh, good, that's good. That doesn't mean that it's still not relevant. So then the question becomes, and this is part of our job, right? Okay, if that's the case, we could make the case that, oh, it still is relevant because we talked to 18 investors and they really like it, or we did talk to investors and in our judgment it should go away. So where are we on that, would you say? Or do we?
I think that is a good reason why we wouldn't want to conclude what the right action is right now.
Yeah.
But we could use this input, what you're describing, as a source of input for why we should evaluate to what extent changes are needed. I mean, to your point, Bob, we could make a decision to maintain metrics that are obsolete in the regulatory regime if they still comply with our conceptual framework. But we've had
there was investor interest in maintaining that disclosure.
We could make that determination, but we've received input that this warrants evaluation.
Wasn't there a separate problem?
So is it fair?
This is a SEC-centric requirement. It's sort of contrary to the principle of globalization.
Yeah, I'll touch on that.
We'll get there.
Mark, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things if I could. So it seems like at least at a minimum, what people are saying, and Anton, correct me, is that since the SEC rule was rescinded and never really put into place, the cost benefit associated, the cost of it's not like the asset managers are already putting together this information somehow and they could leverage it for our disclosure. It would be something they would have to do for the purposes of what we're asking. And then the second question, so I'd love a reaction on that. And then the second question is there any, and this might be a simple question, is there any overlap anymore now that the FSOC has gotten rid of the last non-bank SIFI? Is there any overlap at all between the industry that we're talking about, asset management, and banks that would be, that would be subject to these rules?
So on the first question, yes, it's absolutely right that it would not be cost effective because there's going to be no disclosure in that format as SASB is requesting. And on the second, can you clarify what you mean by overlap?
So I guess what I'm saying is, so what's the significance of the FSOC rescinding the last non-bank SIFI? Why does that matter for this conversation?
So I think in this conversation, it matters more in the context of the option B that we're proposing. The reason why staff's recommendation, as I was going to touch on later on, is to choose option B over option A is because it's much broader in scope. And since there is this conversation around systemic risk in the asset management industry is evolving, we need to take a broader look at the topic rather than just focusing on this specific metric that is no longer required by the SEC.
It might also be a data point that I believe the 4 companies you mentioned that reported to these metrics were all banks. Is that right?
That 3 out of 4, it's correct that they are integrated banks, yes, with asset management being also relevant.
Yeah, asset management's tricky because the rule that's rescinded actually, I mean, those specific risks around the stacking up of investments with different levels of liquidity have not gone away, right? That you could still have a run on a money market fund or on a short-term bond fund where if you cleared out the top couple tiers of liquidity, then you could have a negative event. And would you say that the rescinding this rule is because they just feel that they have appropriate backstops and that now becomes a company-specific event rather than a systemic event? Or is there some other construction we should put on it?
Yes. So first, I would say that to your point, this is also why option B is preferable here, because there is still a risk, and specifically a risk around liquidity. And in fact, the feedback that we received was indicating that the qualitative metric, which is I'm going to touch on there, is that it's around the discussion of liquidity risk management, still stands and it's relevant with certain additional modifications that we may address related to globalization, as mentioned, and so on. So in the option B, it would allow us to review and have a conversation around alternative metrics that would still capture the risk associated with liquidity risk management.
Anton, this seems like a pretty big, important issue. There aren't any other prevalent measures that savvy investors are using to rate and rank?
So this would be a part of the standard setting project, is for us to really have this in-depth conversation around alternatives. And again, this is exactly why I think we should be pursuing option B, which would allow us to look into that.
I'd be very hesitant for us to generate our own risk measure that isn't in the market in one way or another by, various institutions.
I don't think you'd find, I don't think we would have a view that varies tremendously from that, but just acknowledging that that is kind of how this issue came about in the first place, where we aligned with existing measures that are now obsolete. So it's not to say we should depart from seeking to align with existing measures, but just connecting it to Mark's point around how this fits in with the cost-benefit calculation.
Let me just peel one point. Is that measure obsolete, or that measure is just not required?
The measure is not required, nor seems to be decision useful.
Okay, so that you are getting that feedback that it's not the right measure.
Why don't you, I know you have a little more content to get through,
Sure.
and this might help.
Yeah, so I'll probably just skip this one since we already discussed. This is the first metric quantitative that is, the rule's been rescinded. The second metric we did.
So the rule, it was going to be to disclose this information.
Four categories.
The information does seem to suggest something about the underlying activities of a company that would lend itself to something like being a systemic risk.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
It's not immediately obvious to me that information is no longer relevant as a measure of business activity. Correct.
In this format, it is not. Yeah. In other formats, it would be. Yeah. And so this is the one, the qualitative metric, where there was feedback that we have an opportunity to improve global applicability, since we asking companies currently to disclose risk management in the context of the U.S. regulatory framework. and there are other non-US frameworks that address similar issues for asset managers, and we could improve global relevance. And additionally, there was feedback that certain elements of disclosure, discussion, and analysis within this metric may be too specific and too narrow in scope to request asset managers to provide information, which would unlikely to be useful to investors per feedback from an issuer. So we would need to have a conversation with investors to better understand the right measure. And additionally, as I mentioned, in the context of this topic, again, why it would be beneficial to pursue option B is there are new product trends within the industry that may highlight additional issues with systemic risk, and specifically the growth in the ETF market. As you can see, it's been growing rapidly and represents about $5 trillion of invested assets. And there are various organizations in the U.S., including the SEC, and outside the U.S. That are exploring the issues associated with ETF investing and potential connect with the systemic risk, specifically liquidity mismatch. Again, this is just an indication that there is a review of this issue, that there's no agreed upon evidence yet, but the fact that these organizations are looking into the issue warrants us to also stay abreast and have a conversation more broadly as we are conducting the standard setting project.
So the general theory here is that illiquidity in a few components of the ETF may lead to illiquidity or at least pricing uncertainty in the ETF as a whole. So it's sort of a multiplier of risk. And is that why these organizations are all looking at this?
From the high-level review of the papers, that was my understanding, but no way I'm an expert on this, so I think it warrants conversation. Again, so to summarize all the indicators that we have for this standard setting project. First, the adoption indicators around the use of metrics by companies that report to SASB standards. We have specific companies' feedback warrants revision and review of the topic. We have a misalignment with regulatory developments, which raises some decision usefulness concerns for investors. There are also opportunities to improve global applicability of our metrics, and there are emerging issues within the industry and the topic that may indicate incompleteness of the content of the SASB standard. So since this is a standard setting project, we already have, the staff has characteristics. So in terms of the timeline, we believe this would be a 9 to 12 month project, which include consultation with stakeholders, and also it would have to include a 90-day public comment period. In terms of resources, we believe we would require a dedicated sector analyst with the support of associate analysts and engagement with the Standards Board and specifically Financial Sector Board Committee. We would have to conduct research and be abreast of the regulatory developments around the issue. We would involve the SAG members first and foremost, and also have a conversation with companies and investors outside of the SAG group. And the key areas of research would be actually focusing on this activities-based approach to identify what's the activities that we should be looking at as most relevant to capture performance on this issue. And in the option B, it would allow us to assess alternative accounting metrics for the disclosure topic. So here's the slide that you're going to be seeing quite a bit. This is how this project specifically is mapped to the prioritization categories. What to note here is that on the first glance, and specifically option A would be mapped primarily to the category 5. But again, the opportunity here and the reason why we're suggesting option B is because it would allow for evaluation of emerging issue, which is a higher priority category. It would allow for the globalization and also alignment with regulatory framework, which are higher prioritization categories. So that's why staff recommends option B. In context of this slide, I also believe that this is a useful slide to think about, because since this project maps to the categories 8 and 11, which are cross-cutting themes that span across multiple stages in which companies are in their adoption process, it presents barriers for adoption for companies that are at various stages in their adoption process of the standards. So regardless whether it's a company already further along and just already looking at technical protocols, or just picking up a standard and trying to understand, as highlighted by feedback, this may present an adoption barrier. So again, here's the problem statement that I summarized, and for the board's discussion, we're seeking input on the option preference, and the staff's recommendation is to pursue option B.
So thanks for the overview and the materials that you sent previously and the conversations about this. Very helpful. It does seem like it's a really important issue. You know, one of the things, just as we're talking about this, you know, I think as we move forward with projects, there will inevitably be times where exactly what the project is going to accomplish may shift, and so scope issues, you know, need to be carefully managed so they don't creep beyond what we can reasonably accomplish, and also stay broad enough that they address the appropriate issues. But I would suggest, like, when we think about scope and prevalence, I think the wording that we have is mostly about how prevalent an issue is. But part of what a research project can be useful for is thinking about the appropriate scope. But as long as, so I just want to mention that you know, before we actually do you know, make a decision, I want to make sure that the board members feel like they have enough information to decide the question of scope now, you know, or at least enough to move forward with the project. You know, because essentially one of the issues we have with content moderation is a big question around scope, right, where we need a lot more thought on that to be able to tackle that. Here it's a clearer issue on scope, but that is part of what a research project is useful for. So you know, if some of the board members feel like, I don't know how to vote on this yet, and before we vote, I think we should have a discussion about A and B. And we don't need a specific vote on A versus B, but we should have a conversation about that, and then have if we feel like we've had enough discussion, then have a vote on whether or not to approve the project.
So Jeff, I'm trying to hear our earlier discussion of two proposals where there was going to be research done.
Yeah.
I'm willing to that if we should move forward to really seriously thinking about changing the standard. What I'm getting from here is the staff is presenting just, here is an area where we actually have a much stronger feeling and have information that the standard does need to change. One reason is it might be NA, but it also seems like we still have work to do.
There will always be work to do when we start a project, but I think that's fine. The distinction again between a research project and a standard setting project, I think, is going to be more about how we are going to communicate out that we are, what content we're ready to share about decisions we've made, and what feedback we would like from the marketplace. So there's more transparency as we move from something the team's working on to a research project, and more transparency still as we move to a standard setting project. So what we're proposing now is that we would be at the stage where we would be starting to invite feedback, because we're going to be beginning to engage on specific proposals.
So here we have a little clearer view of what we want to do. We want to create a systemic risk measure of sorts. So it is a little tighter focus than the previous one, at least, where it's more plastics are impacting in a lot of ways. We got to figure out how to move forward. So I get that reference. I worry a little bit about the fact that we may end up having the same problem with this that we just are feeling with the existing standard. There's a bunch of regulatory stuff. There's 10 different agencies looking at this thing, and it's going to be hard to throw the ball ahead of the runner on at least this index thing, right? It would be premature for us to try to do anything on that until there's some clarity around where regulatory bodies and others are coming. And so I guess that one worries me a little bit, that, yeah, maybe the clock will tick and there'll be clarity 6 months from now, but that feels more like a wait and see if there does develop some kind of a coherent approach to it.
I think that's a really, really fair view. I think our perspective would be that that we pursue option B, but if we end up making a determination that there are not viable alternative measures that are consistent with our conceptual framework, we could then we could then limit the scope of the project, essentially reverting to option A, evaluate the removable metric, any more marginal or incremental revisions to the other metric, and conclude the project there. That it could be certainly a reasonable outcome of the project, but I think at this point we would recommend that we do pursue the project because we have strong input that suggests that it should be pursued, and if we need to dial it back later, then we certainly can do that.
Here's how I would, so I appreciate that we're sort of all getting used to this new stage of how we're going to work on improving the quality of the standards where there's opportunities. I would actually pitch this as there is a strong staff proposal for a change to this specific standard that could significantly improve the quality of the standard and usefulness of it, and that the goal is to come up with a systemic risk measure. And it might be that a result of the project is that we only suggest altering the existing metrics and don't necessarily have a feasible solution later that there's market support for. That might be an outcome of it. But I think that's essentially what I'm hearing is there's a proposal to make a change, to move forward with making a change, and it's possible that, and we're going to pursue a very the ideal solution, which we may be able to accomplish, but that's going to depend on the public comment as well and what we hear back on that.
Yeah, that's really well put. And I also add additional comment to Kurt's concern is that I mentioned the FSOC proposal on the activities-based approach. Actually, FSOC is having a meeting in about 54 minutes to finalize that proposal.
Just in time meeting.
Timing is perfect. So.
Can you come back at 5?
We'll be here.
Put the schedule around. We'll still be here.
I do think, anytime we have a standard where the industry is not adopting it and regulators are no longer using it, I think that guarantees that we need to reopen the book and examine what we're asking for. That part of it, I think, is straightforward. I think you run a serious risk here of mission creep, though. I think step 1 is straightforward. Steps 2 and 3 could get very, very complex. So I think working out the scope of what is a plausible, reasonable ask of these companies. The investor interest is around liquidity. Investors in these companies would like to know as much as they can know about liquidity instruments that are being sold. And liquidity is tricky because year to year, it often doesn't matter much. But there are 3 years where it's mattered really, really a lot the past 30 years, right? So for me, that would be 08, 98, 1990. Failure of the junk bond market just implodes, and no one's buying worse stuff. So you have this intermittent, occasional risk that's nevertheless very large. And so an investor needs to take that. In terms of a corporate financial plan, not that big a deal, right? Because most years it doesn't come up. But from an investor perspective, that's something that does have to be priced. That tail risk is something you have to estimate price, and it's very difficult. So it's a reasonable ask from an investor perspective to say, we'd really like to know what the liquidity is like and what are the protections for shareholders? What disclosure can you give to shareholders so that they can make an intelligent decision about whether to own that asset or not?
I want to be mindful of time, and I do want to give Mark an opportunity to chime in as well. Mark, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I guess I've got a question and a comment. Let me remember my question. Are there currently in this industry, the asset management industry, narrative disclosures, qualitative disclosures around liquidity, or do we just have these 2 quantitative disclosures?
So the second metric, Mark, is a qualitative disclosure, the one that was on the slide.
But but it's aligned with something that's very U.S. centric.
Correct.
Okay. And in option B, the second question I have is, in option B, we're focusing in on systemic risk management just for this industry,
Correct.
not more broadly than that. Okay.
Correct.
So the way I think about this, and these questions have been great that everybody else was raising, because it really tugs at the feasibility aspect of the decision criteria to put something on the agenda. The way I'm thinking about this is we, as Jeff teed it up, we do have the opportunity. We have direct feedback. The people that are leading and adopting our standards are not using these metrics. They're not even taking the time to explain why. We've gotten other feedback that we're pretty far off, and in fact, they could take it as not necessarily understanding the industry if they want to take it that far. So I think that we've got a pretty good mandate to do something in this area, and I do think there's at least a feasible solution of removing or changing the metric that the SEC rescinded, and potentially the feasibility of a fix to the broader qualitative disclosure would be to to look at that and make it less, to make it potentially less U.S. centric, and we have a potential further opportunity to maybe broaden it based on ETFs and other things that have happened in the marketplace. Because I do agree with others that have said that we don't want to signal that just by removing that one metric that we don't think that that systemic risk is an issue in the asset management industry. We do, but we think that there's a better way to get at it.
Thanks, Mark. It's been a robust discussion. If there's no objections, I'd like to move forward with getting a vote on this. So do I hear somebody propose that we vote on this?
I move to vote.
Second? All those in favor of adding this to our standard setting project?
And can we just clarify, consistent with as it's been proposed as option B,
Within
understanding
option B.
that could later be dialed back to more focus directly on option A, but starting with that point of option B.
Correct.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Hearing none, we'll move forward with that. Anton, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move then to our second specific standard setting project proposal, which deals with tailings management in the extractive industry.
Jeff, so as we know, Katerina is joining us remotely, so thank you, Jeff. I might also mention that if it's okay with you, our agenda has us concluding this session at 4:15 Eastern. So only in 15 minutes. I think we can run long because we don't need the full 45 minutes for the project status update. So if it's okay with you, Jeff, I think we can plan on a full 30 minutes or so for this session if needed.
Let's not rush it. Let's have a good conversation.
Great.
And vote when we're ready. So, Katerina, you want to introduce yourself to everyone?
Yes, hello everybody. Good afternoon. You can hear me well?
I can hear you, thank you.
Yeah, okay, great. So I am Ekaterina Hardin. I am sector lead for extractive and minerals processing sector on the research team at SASB. And I'm also going to present a non-fund project, and I know we're behind the schedule, so please bear with me. And I'm also presenting remotely, so I might have some lag in my slides, so just be patient, please. The project I am proposing is standard setting, and it's titled Tailings Management in Extractive. And I'm trying to go to the next slide.
Do that. Katerina, if you'd like, we can advance from here for you.
Yeah, please go ahead. It did not move for me. Okay, there we go. So Due to a number of high-profile incidents that took place in just this past couple of years, investor interest in and a state of corporate disclosure related to the risks associated with tailings management has evolved significantly. And I believe that these changes suggest that SASB should review relevant standards in the coal operations and metals and mining industry, including the topic scope and associated metrics to ensure that these standards provide complete, comparable, and decision-useful information. And the project will also aim to improve global applicability of the relevant standards. So again, the staff seeks approval. That's fine, we can go to the next one. So I just wanted to reemphasize that within one sector, two industries, it includes topic scope reevaluation and associated metrics to better serve the investor community needs. Let's go to next. So what are tailings and what are the risks associated with them? I actually brought up this project at our previous board meeting as a surfacing of the possible project, and I was asked what tailings are. So I put this slide. Tailings are mining operation waste, pretty much all that leftover rock formation that is not being used. It's being stored in the form of a sludge in ponds or dams that cover a really large areas of land. And in case of those tailings management facilities, what they're called, in case they collapse, they can potentially lead to a loss of life, damage to property and entire ecosystems, and which in that case, of course, bears significant financial implications. Let's go to the next slide, please. So how significant are the accidents that caused all this change in investor understanding of the risks, and how significant are financial implications? So here just the most recent three examples, and the most significant and recent one was Vale's accident in Brazil in just beginning of the year, which cost them almost $5 billion. Let's go to next, please. This is how risks associated with tailings management are currently covered in the standards. So we have two industries that have tailings in them mentioned. It's under general issue category of waste management, and under metals and mining industry, we have three metrics that measure performance on this topic. And then under coal operations, only one metric. And on the right, I just put a list of financial impacts that these risks have. It's loss of revenue, capex, and most of all liabilities. That's where the high financial implications come from. So let's look now, yes, thank you, at what has changed since the standards were codified and why I think we need to reevaluate relevant industry standards. Because implications of tailings mismanagement are so severe, and this most recent accident was so catastrophic, Investor Mining and Tailings Safety Initiative that is led by Church of England Pension Fund and Swedish Council of Ethics of the AP Fund, just a couple of months later following the accident, wrote letters to 700 plus companies demanding a more robust disclosure on tailings facilities and management practices around them. And then at the same time, the industry also responded. There you go, the industry response. At the same time, the International Council on Metals, on Mining and Minerals, the United Nations Environment Program, and the Principles for Responsible Investment established the Global Tailings Review, which aims to establish a standard on management of facilities that contain tailings, and a standard on disclosure around this topic. The first draft of this standard was published for public comment just about 3 weeks ago, and the public comment will go on until the end of the year. So I have reviewed that standard, and I think it emphasizes the urgency of this project, this industry and market indicator. The third point I'm going to make is disclosure evolution. So in response to letters that Industry Initiative wrote to 700 plus companies, more than half of the companies have not responded. And the companies who have responded provided non-standardized disclosure. They have interpreted the questions that investors are asking differently, and that generated a wide range of different responses. So investors are not actually satisfied right now with that response, and working on improving the set of questions they were asking the companies. On the next slide, I have a sample on the left here, just a snippet of questions that investors are asking, and on the right are the metrics that SASB has in the standard for metals and mining industry in this case. So what I would like to understand and to reevaluate, is it really the best set of information that we are providing right now for investors? If they're asking so many more questions, what is the best subset of those questions for companies to report on in a cost-effective way to satisfy this new investor demand for more robust disclosure?
So, Ekaterina, we really don't have a narrative or a qualitative section of this. It's just the quantitative numbers in the current standard.
Yes, so I actually have next slide. It's excellent segue to my next slide. So we have metrics. The scope of topic, the description of the topic will provide some narrative, what companies should disclose and what they should discuss. However, the scope of topic is not covering all the questions that investors are asking. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to include all of them. We just have to select the most decision useful in the most cost-effective subset. So, for example, the part that we do not have is anything to do with tailings storage facility management. We speak on hazard potential classification design when the facility is being built, but we are not asking to disclose on anything how the facility is managed after it's been built. What are the risks of these failures are actually to occur, if that makes sense, if that's helpful. Another ask, yeah, does that answer your question?
So we've really just measured the scope of the tailings and whether it's weight or dimension, not the quality of their safety actions and the status of the location.
Exactly. So that's another point. We're asking for weight when investors are asking for volume. So that's another misalignment with current initiatives. We are asking for hazard potential of the design of the facility. Shall it collapse? But we are not asking about what procedures are in place for the facility not to collapse. What are you doing to safely operate your facilities? That's why I said topics in a project scope, because it might not necessarily fit under waste management anymore. For example, for extractive oil and gas exploration and production, we have a topic that speaks to critical incident risk management. Or in midstream industry, we have operational safety and emergency response topic. So it could be a completely new topic that will address this new piece that comes from investor interest, or it could be an improved and expanded scope of waste management topic, because tailings are waste.
So question, it looks like so they're asking about volume, which is one quantitative metric. Are there other metrics that they're asking for in these investor questionnaires?
Yes, so I included the sample 16 through 20, but actually the questions 1 through 15 are very quantitative. They're asking about where the tailings facility is, how many, what is the volume, some other things. And they actually creating a database right now, or companies are suggested to report all this data, and there's this tailings review, global tailings review, that's creating this database, yet also addresses, all the physical characteristics of tailings. And we are providing disclosure on that, total weight of waste, how much is recycled. But what we do not have, and what I think we should address, are the management procedures.
Mm-hmm. And the proposed standard that's out for comment right now, that's anticipated that they'll finish that. Is that something that you suspect, if you could maybe comment a little bit on, is this something that would be a standard that's put out there and then not necessarily, it's not a standard setting agency, right? This is a one-off initiative. Is that your sense, or is this going to be something?
It's industry-wide. It's industry initiative. I think it speaks to mostly tailings management. The part on disclosure is half a page that I've seen, and at least it doesn't have metrics. It's very TCFD-like, I would say. It only provides guidelines. So I think I would seek some alignment with that standard and inform my research, but it wouldn't be just direct alignment with that.
It sounds like it's a working group that's formed specifically to talk about this question, but could then dismantle once disclosure is made at a baseline, and perhaps not be ongoing to maintain or update the questions.
Yeah, I think it sounds like the work will be very helpful in helping us to understand this issue. But as we move forward, I think in terms of how specific the reference might be, I think it's always great when you can reference a standing entity as opposed to a solution being proposed today. But that's helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, it's an evolving matter. From what I've heard, they're planning to have a final standard published by the anniversary of that accident, which would be January of Q1 2020. And Investor Initiative is also planning on doing an update at that time. So there's some evolution still in this subject, but it's probably not going to be updated every year. Is that the question?
Yep, that's helpful.
It's not something that we're not going to be able to keep up or have to update every year.
Lloyd?
Yeah, well, my question pertained to the regulatory framework. I think we discussed it last meeting as well, but I did want to, on slide 90, you reference, 2 really bad accidents in Brazil, 1 in Canada, and then we are in the standard using the U.S. framework when I think the large majority of these operations are outside the U.S. today. Is there some independent global standard or regulatory framework that you think we should reference, or are we really going to be setting out on our own, just somewhat informed by investor feedback and by the industry's initiative to develop a metric or a set of that?
Well, that's an excellent question, $1 million question. So the globalization part of this project has to happen because of one of the metrics is U.S.-centric, and that's consistent feedback that we're getting, even though we are already providing a guidance on how to report on that metric if you're operating outside of US. And this guidance, the feedback I've gotten, it's not cost effective. It's not something that company is willing to do. There are different classification systems all over the world, and I don't think we would invent one that would be a SASB classification system, but we would seek alignment with whatever industry is already doing. Just look how companies are reporting. Since we've seen this improvement in disclosure and evolution in disclosure, companies actually starting to disclose this metric, and the way they're referencing different classification systems in different areas of their operation could inform what we would suggest if this is a cost-effective way for them, and if we hear from investors this is decision useful information for them. I think this would be one piece or one route. If there's no industry consensus, I think it would be the matter of providing a regional equivalent, the approach that we take for many other metrics, and then maybe providing a discussion on how to, seek alignment between different classification systems. It would definitely something that I would need to look into further, but there's not a solution right now, I think.
And Lloyd, just to add on to that, I think one of the benefits of the enhanced disclosure that we've seen due to the investor initiative is we have much more transparency now based on those responses, because part of the questionnaire was, what is the hazard classification system you're using? And per that classification system, what is the hazard potential of each of these facilities in each of these different jurisdictions? So that's a really helpful
You can see how the playing field
exactly
and model toward what is already what
exactly.
the exterior is doing.
And so I think Ekaterina really characterized it well, as this provides us a really valuable set of information to assess what standard setting actions we could take in thinking about how we might globalize that metric, which to your point is really an urgent need for the standard.
Ekaterina, do you want to?
I'll keep going. I have just a couple more slides. So just to finish this up and to echo what David just said, it is an urgent matter. I think the timing is really good for this standard setting project to take place, given the investor initiative, the industry response, the evolution and disclosure. It can really inform our research, and it can really address the investor need right now. This is a quote I have from the summit that just took a couple months ago, where the investor initiative summarized the response that they've gotten from companies, and even these disclosures, they said they still didn't have a full picture on this material risk that they need to understand in an urgent matter. And I think the reason they didn't get a full picture because there's not a standard for companies to disclose on. The set of questions was left up to interpretation to different companies, even though I know they're working right now on improving the set of questions and actually expanding it to not 20, but a larger number. I don't know how helpful that will be. It sounded more like a technical protocol rather than a set of questions at that point. So I think this is really urgent project for us to take on, and the timing is really good. And then segueing this to the slide on agenda prioritization, even though it's technically reevaluating existing content measurement and expanding a topic scope and maybe introducing another topic as well, the urgent investor interest, I think, elevates this project, as well as the globalization aspect that absolutely has to happen. The US-centric metric needs to go, and alignment between different classification systems in between different initiatives right now, I think really emphasize and help inform our research if we get involved with this right now. The timeline for the project, I think it would be maybe 6 months for me to do additional public consultation or evaluate different routes for globalization aspect, how to address that. I would bring up my possible solutions to the board again in the next meeting or the next couple of meetings. And again, the staff is confident that we have enough capacity to take on this project, and I'm very confident that we can find a feasible solution for this project problem. And the reason I think it's important for us, again, to work on this right now, it directly aligns with SASB mission on improving communication between investors and corporates in a cost-effective and decision-useful manner. And here's just last slide on, summary again, all the things that we discussed right now. Given the improved investor understanding of tailing risks, there has been an increased disclosure that can inform our research in reevaluating the relevant standards. It will address the globalization aspect on the agenda, prioritization, and it will improve and offer a better measurement on performance on the topic of risks associated with things.
This is Kurt. It's certainly, we're certainly fortunate to have these high priority initiatives kind of plowing the field for us ahead of time. So that certainly puts us in a better position to, pick and choose what seems to be the most effective or most appropriate. So.
And they've been going on for about it's been going on for about a year right now. So we've been monitoring. It was dependent on how those initiatives unfold, and I think right now is a good time.
I guess I just want to say this seems like a really strong confirmation of the materiality of the topic and an opportunity to really get a better set of metrics which describe that topic as written. The topic reads hazardous materials management, waste and hazardous materials management, but we really sort of have metrics that describe waste and hazardous materials exposure. But here we can really get a chance to have some market developed metrics that really get to that management question in order to better understand risk going forward. And it's really wonderful to see the industry involvement, the level of disclosure so far. The industry association, I hope, will really come out strong and represent companies and tell us what is most cost effective and most useful. And it seems like this project has high feasibility, strong value impact, strong mission alignment. Let's hope the capacity is shorter so that we can get this actually changed and in practice sooner than we expect. But I hope the board approves this proposal.
Great. Yeah. Other thoughts, including Mark, if you have any comments as well, I invite you to make those.
No, nothing additional.
Anybody else? Do I hear a motion to add this project to our standard setting agenda?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Given the lag,
I'm not calling from the moon. There's like a bit of a delay here.
Hearing none, then it's, we'll add this to our agenda. And, Katerina, thank you for your work in identifying the project and presenting it to us, and also for doing it at distance. I know that is a challenge. You can't see our heads nodding in agreement as you're making some excellent points. So thank you for doing that today.
Thanks to Katerina.
Time to start digging.
We got like our dad joke.
That's right.
Official title coming over here.
I have a pent-up supply. I don't forget.
Okay, great. So what we're going to look forward to now is an update on our existing projects that we had added to our agenda in September, and so the first of those is on human capital, and that is an exciting project, and so looking forward to that update. And we have Kelly, who's the project manager here, to talk to us about that. Kelly, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure,
Thanks,
absolutely.
Hi, this is Kelly Okuji-Wilson. I'm the healthcare sector lead here at SASB, and I just wanted to thank everyone here today for the opportunity to update you on human capital, and at least for being on the East Coast, staying here so late in the day, and thank you for those who called in on the phone. I'll just jump right in here, and the first few slides, just kind of a recap of why are we doing this project, and it's really stemming from strong market interest and engagement. There's 3 areas that have really indicated that to us. Fundamental shifts in market perspective and prioritization of human capital is the first, and 3 examples of that is just the SEC's rulemaking proposal on modernization of Regulation SK, the recent Business Roundtable, and also the Human Capital Management Coalition's petition to include more human capital management metrics. The second is just we've seen increased regulation and policy around human capital management issues, and some examples of that are noted in the box on the left. And I think the third indication is just from within our internal SASB feedback network, and I'll just highlight that our investor advisory group, when polled, rated this as the #1 issue that we should prioritize, and we've seen this as a reoccurring theme in our standards advisory group as well. And just to quickly go over, since I know it's been a couple of months since we went over this, just the project description and the expected outcomes and the scope of the project. This project's objective is really to assess the scope and prevalence of various human capital management issues across our 77 industries, but also to further develop our evidence-based and market-informed view on human capital in our standards. And the outcome of this is really to create that market-informed and evidence-based framework that identifies the financially material impacts of relevant human capital management issues. So that way we can assess these themes on an industry-by-industry basis. And in addition to what's included in the scope is extensive research and stakeholder outreach, and that outreach will include not only investors and companies, but also subject matter experts. And I do want to reiterate that the application of this framework will enable us to set standard-setting activities and really drive revisions to the standards in the future.
So just to clarify that, for make sure I understand the goal here and that others do as well. So the goal here with this research project is not to move it then to a standard-setting project per se, but rather to more precisely produce a document which is a framework for thinking about human capital. I think of this in a way similar to what we've done with climate risk, and that would be helpful for us in identifying standard-setting opportunities on this issue.
So the deliverable of this is more of an approach and a framework, and then specific standards might flow out of that.
Correct.
This framework then could be applied to each industry and I guess create sort of a gap analysis. Is there something in the human capital field that needs to be done as a standard setting project?
Right.
Exactly.
And and the goal is not just to have our thinking about the types of human capital issues that are out there, but rather developing the lens through financial materiality so we can think about applying it industry by industry and identifying opportunities to improve the standards.
Yep, that is all correct. I kind of think of it as like a funnel that we're starting very broad and then want to narrow it down, because that is really, I think, the value proposition of SASB. So that's how I'm kind of thinking about it at this time. And just to go over the project plan structure, I think of it in three component parts. The first part is the executive summary and introduction. That's really just to set the foundation and discuss the outcomes, our scope and objectives, but also to answer key questions that will set the foundation for this project, like what is human capital, how is it currently incorporated in our standards, and where are there areas for improvement, and what is the purpose of this framework. And the second component piece is just gathering our evidence. The first part is through a literature review, and that's really linking the general industry characteristics to the material financial impacts against these broad human capital themes. And then the second part is the market consultation, which will really build off of our literature review. And it's really kind of a sanity check for us to just make sure what we're reading is matching up with what is happening in practice in the market. And the third piece is creating that analytical framework. So we'll have a first phase with the preliminary development of the framework. We'll finalize the framework in a finalization phase, and I'll give an example of what that framework could look like on the next slide. And we'll summarize our findings in some type of narrative form. So this is just an example of what the framework would look like, and so you could kind of step through the logic of what we're working with. I've populated it with SASB's general issue categories, just to give you a flavor of how it would work. And I've highlighted employee diversity, inclusion, engagement, just because during our current ad hoc market engagement, that's been a very hot topic. But I'll just kind of step through the logic of how this would work. So if you're working in employee D&I and engagement, we would be trying to identify macroeconomic drivers, value drivers. Some of the examples are listed below, and then we would link that to a potential financial impact. So an example would be, just the changing and shifting demographics in our society, and the confluence of that with technology and intellectual capital that could have impacts on your income statement through just increased expenses, but also on your balance sheet that could lead to increased R&D and patents, essentially an increase in your intangibles. And you can follow this logic framework for any example posted here on this slide. And I just wanted to walk through our preliminary stakeholder engagement plan. I think the key aspect here where we would be engaging our stakeholders is in the preliminary framework development. This would involve our early hypothesis testers, and that would include members of our investor advisory group, some members of our standard advisory group, and potentially some civil society organizations. Then we include a broader set of our IAG and SAG members in our market consultation period. And then when we're actually finalizing the framework, that would come back into SASB and be more internal, but we would require the resources of other parts of our organization, including our outreach team, our communications team, and our development team. And for those of us that are...
maybe just on that page of our engagement plan, this is certainly an incredibly broad topic,
yeah.
A lot of energy and interest on it. We've done any thoughts to possibly collaborating with external groups more than just looking for feedback, I guess?
Yeah, I think, we're exploring different avenues for that because there's just such, such significant interest in this topic. I think our go-to is kind of who's in our internal network, but I think we would like to think more broadly about who would be involved and make sure that we have a wide representation of voices in the room, just because this issue can play out very differently depending on what industry you're in, and so I think that's what we would be open to.
And just to add on to that, I've had the benefit of having Kelly walk me through some of her thinking here, and she's done a really excellent job at mapping out specifically what types of stakeholders we need to engage to answer key questions to build out the analytical framework. And I think some of that will be finalized as she completes her initial literary review and we develop the key questions that we need to explore. And then we can be very targeted in who we engage to help us answer those questions to finalize the analytical framework. So it's going to be extensive. A lot of folks we need to talk to, but a lot of folks who have subject matter expertise through the literary review that we're doing, where we know we can engage with the right folks in academia or elsewhere to answer the key questions that we need to make that work applicable to our standard setting activities.
So yeah, actually, can we on this topic think a little bit about the aspect of standard setting related to this, and I want to think a little bit about the board's role in this. So this is a research project that will help us decide what, as a board, we would like to tackle as a way to improve the standards. And so for that, we need to understand what we're learning from the framework as it develops. It's key research for that. But it's not going to be itself a a publication that comes as a standard. It's going to be a framework, and so we don't, as a board, have to approve it. So one thing to think about then is, like, you know, what is it that you're going to want to bring to the board, and also what is it that you're going to want from the board to help to accomplish the project. And so I'd be curious what other people's views on this are, but I'm thinking that this is a bit different than, this is quite different than a standard setting project. And I think that as you think about the stakeholder engagement and, you know, what work is going to be done by the research team and where you're going to go to get input and feedback, I think you're going to want feedback from some board members, in a sense, not as a board member, but as, you know, as a subject matter expert, you know, as an interested party in it, and someone who can be helpful as a resource. And that, you know, this isn't going to be something, I don't think, that we want to try to write as a board, but that board members could be resources to the extent that there's some time and capacity there, and it's helpful in you actually being able to take this forward. So I'll stop there, but that's my thinking on this, and I'm curious what others think.
I'd like to give you my sort of comments. I think everything's good topic, good structure, all that's great. Overlay this, the SEC is doing their own evaluation of this, and I believe will likely come out with something that changes SK that will have some disclosure around human capital. But the good news about that is, Dan, they tend to operate where they'll have an effective date of the change. And
but if he's falling asleep,
it'll be tied to December year end. Okay, so the good news is there's this possibly kind of long tail. All right, we're proposing though that in a year and a half, in 18 months, we will only be at a position to have a completed paper that then just starts the discussion of reviewing human capital standards changes. So I'm trying to, so
let me jump in on that, actually, because I don't think that is actually the case. I don't think that we have to wait to propose a standard setting project until after we've published this particular document, although I think that the work on this would be very helpful for identifying those issues. It's possible that before we've completed publication on it, we would have identified likely candidates for work and could start those projects, and so not have to have an 18-month lag before we get that.
That's exactly how we're thinking about
So what would the mechanism for that be, or how would the board be informed of those potential standard setting projects?
Sure.
Along the
So
way?
we can jump into that. I think your next slide shows some of the milestones and where the board meetings line up.
But I just want to be clear, like I think it would be helpful to include in your project planning and outreach, include board members as you think they would be helpful and as they're available in doing the work.
And I do think you should build scope narrowing. You talked about a funnel at the top, so I know this is on your mind, but by the time you're halfway through this, hopefully you'll have narrowed down to the areas, obviously the prevalence and materiality and all those other things, because it is simply so broad. We have everything, you know, diversity, you know, we call it diversity, inclusion, and engagement. Well, those are three different things, really. And each one has been studied extensively and has its own advocates and its own unique, you know, maybe problematic relationship in some cases to materiality. In addition to these, I did want to ask you about global human rights standards. I think those are not addressed in what you have so far, but I think would need to be considered in parallel with the supply chain. So we've run into this many times where, you know, in the food sector, we chose not to, you know, ask companies to disclose about farms and their supply chain on the theory that they didn't have much control over those. But this is a little bit different. I would think in the garment industry or in the computer industry. You know, if you think about the relationship between Apple and Foxconn, we would want to consider some of those things.
I think what Lloyd's saying is that he'd like to be part of it.
I'd like Lloyd to be part of
It's pretty
it.
complicated, and I wish you luck.
But Jeff, I think that's fine. I mean, I think so. I think the point's well taken, but we should remember that we need to be monitoring the human capital situation and not have a paper come out 9 months after the proposal is there and have no standards. Okay, so another thought would be, I know we're not a commercial organization, but a commercial organization would be dead if they took this long to do something like this. I know we have limited resources, but we also talked about and never taken the plunge to let anybody help us with sort of anything except maybe some of the climate change stuff. So, question. What if the human capital practice of one of the accounting firms or a human capital consulting firm would be willing to do this for us for free and put 8 people on the project and complete it in 3 months? Would that make a difference or not? And I'm wondering, Kelly, so on your timeline, is this one person? Is this 2 people?
Yeah, I think that it will change in size as like each phases progresses. I'll just explain this really quickly to help answer the question. But each bar is the length of the phase of the project, and so each phase will be a little different. In the beginning, I think we really want to do our homework, set the foundation, and figure out what are the key themes. So that will require, a few of us doing research. So sometimes when there's too many cooks in the kitchen, it can get a little crazy. But as we progress onward, I think we'll be bringing in more of the research team, especially when we start diving into the industry-specific things, which are kind of outside the scope of this project, because each analyst is, for all intents and purposes, the expert in their industry. So they should own it and be able to, link the specific financial impacts to the broader human capital themes. And then when we're doing the market consultations, I see it as really all hands on deck exercise, just because we have such a significant volume of people that would probably be involved going forward. Maybe not in the preliminary stages because we just want to do a sanity check. But I think in that defined market consultation phase, that could be extensive. And I noted this dotted line in the graph because, we wanted to acknowledge the reality that even though if we define a market consultation period, the reality is it happens throughout the whole process. So I think we'll need to bring in people from the research team as necessary in order to, get that feedback in order to synthesize the data that's there and really produce what we need to produce.
I think think about fine. You could not change the work program, but if you put more resources on it and get outside people, we even talked about other outside expertise. So I like, it's your job to figure out how to do this, but I just encourage you to think about, can you add resources? Can you get an outside group for the expertise we need, but just also for the labor? And I just feel like 18 months to do anything, except maybe standard setting organizations have to take a long time. I'm just trying to figure out with that, but your points will take, so if we can, the SEC is going to start coming out with stuff, and we think we need to want to, especially if that becomes effective, and we've written our COSO, our COSO related, comment letter to them, as our standard should be considered criteria. Well, now the SK change is out, there's an effective date, and we have no revised standards. So why would they use us?
First of all, they might use us because we have human capital embedded throughout our standards. It is the second most common item that shows up in our standards. It's already in there, and we're looking for opportunities to improve it. And this will help us to do it. And I love that you've planned to have each analyst own their own part, because in doing that, that's when we're going to get, some of the very clear signals that there's an opportunity in a given industry to make an improvement, because then sometimes they're going to say, yeah, here's the linkage, and it's in the standard. Like, this is the way we have it, and we're good. And other ones, they're going to say, here's the clear linkage, and here's where there's a gap, and it's clear, and people want to hear about it, and we can start thinking about that as this project is going on.
So those gaps you envision will be identified before June 30th of 2021, or what?
Oh my goodness, much sooner. I mean, they'll be identified as the staff, as the analysts in their sectors are are doing their part on this project. So.
And so that's what those little diamonds are, that the board will be hearing about those gaps?
We'll be hearing about those gaps, but I suspect in the preliminary framework development and then into market consultations, the individual sector analysts will have already done, in a sense, a mapping to think about the issues in there.
I would comment that I appreciate the energy and interest in pursuing this project and considering what we could do to even accelerate the timeline. So Bob, I think your point is taken. How can we keep thinking about capacity or opportunities to accelerate if or where it might be possible? I just really want to make sure to point back to the issue of how human capital, second most common issue across the standards. That's where the emphasis was in the comment letter that was provided to the SEC. Not so much in terms of promises around what might happen down the road or in the future, but ensuring that there's a robust standard setting process in place and emphasizing what's already in the standards now. But your point's well taken that we can think more about capacity. I mean, even a couple examples where we've had organizations reach out to us looking to partner with us or looking to even help conduct research on our behalf, some of which have even circled back with white papers of certain forms to kind of aid in our thinking and our research process. So there are options on the table. I just lastly say, this is a big topic. Even in the last couple months, Kelly and other members of our team have been inundated with the requests from outside organizations, investors, companies wanting to talk to us. Even that aspect of it can slow the process down, us wanting to be responsive to the market and educating them where we are and what we're doing. It's amazing how much time that can take. And fortunately, due to the project planning that Kelly and David have driven forward, we can now point them to a more specific market consultation period where we really want to focus that input, where we have the key questions developed. Otherwise, just how big and complex this issue is, how much interest there is. Our fear, our concern, really key risk is that it just constantly is slowed down or is too ambiguous. So we think it's important to define a clear project plan and do what we can to stick to it, even though we acknowledge that the timing might not always look ideal to all board members.
Yeah, looking at the plan, it's hard to compress any one of those steps. Can we shorten the consultation period? Well, you maybe, but you need that time to do those tests. So I recognize the difficulty of it. Can you characterize the feedback? I think it's been said that we've had considerable feedback already through formal mechanisms about the human capital that we have in the standards. Is there a common tenor to that? And then related, the SEC is coming with material on it. Do we have any inkling as to what the focus of that's likely to be?
We do on the SEC. The SEC is particularly interested in a measure that would be broadly applicable across all industries. And that is great where it exists, and I think that's the real challenge. It is hard to see what that would be. So it's not clear that they'll be able to identify that. It is also it's going to be principle-based, and if it is principles-based, it wouldn't be inconsistent with our approach. And so we could slot right into that. It would be even better if it's saying they wanted a principles-based approach that could be implemented, for example, by our standards. That would be even better.
And the SEC will most likely adopt what they've proposed. I mean, they're at the proposal stage already, which is essentially, as you say, not metrics, a principles-based.
Yeah.
Will this framework paper that we're going to come out with, would that be of use to companies in complying with a principles-based requirement? Could it be marketed that way? Should it be marketed that way?
I think this will be helpful for companies in thinking about the issue. It will certainly be helpful for investors in thinking about the issues as well. Because it will be industry-based, it will link to business models, which is ultimately what the commissioner does want. It's something that links back to companies' business models. So I think this will help to make that case. What it may not do is say, here's the one metric across. What it will not do is say, here's the one metric across all sectors.
I don't think there isn't going to be a one metric.
No, there won't be that.
But so that the framework then serves as it's kind of a conceptual framework for us in the field of human capital management, but it may also serve as a kind of a, I don't know, a guidance paper for companies as they identify what's material for them specifically in response to an SEC principles-based requirement.
It will also likely help companies understand how our standards, as they are now, or as they end up after some improvements in some areas, how our standards can be used to actually have useful disclosure on these issues consistent with the SEC's proposal for better disclosure on the issue.
Fair enough, but the improvements will, I guess, as Bob's pointing out, lag the SEC's requirement, and likelihood. I mean, we have what we have, and presumably that's going to be useful for companies in many industries. But we're also going to publish a framework that may be useful to both us and companies that are trying to comply with the principles.
Yeah, that's right. And that'll be true when it's out there. It's all going to be too late to inform what the SEC is going to do. But they got our comment letter. That's what they got from us, and we've actually been there and talked to them, and they have a pretty decent sense of it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think they're going to change the text of their requirement. They may say something in the release about it'd be good if you followed somebody else's framework as we're recommending in our letter. But I think what they're going to do in terms of the text of the disclosure requirement, I think we got it. That's what they proposed.
I guess my one thought on this one is that it still feels this is a little different model than our traditional research, and one that's going to stretch, I think, our capabilities. A, it's fast moving, B, it's very broad. It feels like, I'm not as obsessed with time, I guess, as Bob is, although I think his point was very valid. I'm more obsessed with either reinventing the wheel or us trying to presume that we can put something together and review it. It still feels like a deep partnership, which is a new framework for us. We haven't really operated under that model, but the project management of this and the deep integration, either from an academic or a consultant environment, I think would be essential. And Kelly, I don't have an appreciation of how far your thinking is on this, but this feels like a JV or a partnership to me. It's the only way to really do justice to this thing or get the scope big enough. But who would be the right fit is the big question, and can we manage that?
I do want to kind of steer us back, actually, and also move us along, because we got to get through the rest of the topics for today, and then I'll get ready. Yeah, but I think just as a reminder, the most useful part of this is going to be how it helps us identify standard setting issues, and for our mandate, what we need to work on. And so, what we need to make clear to Kelly and the team is, one, we're available to help on this as part of that. But actually, that's not really the key issue. The key issue is what we would like to hear back. What to bring to us, and or to help us understand when we can expect to hear stuff that would help us with our future standard setting proposals. And I think that's really the key issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for that.
Verity and Jenna.
Quick comment related to stakeholder engagement and sort of what we'd like to hear back. I think it would be productive to, if it's not an inappropriate crossing of the organization, to talk to some of those licensees who are using SASB standards now to actually design research frameworks and systems and actual investment funds, and understanding from their perspective where are the gaps that they've had to add in, because they took a look at the standards and said, well, we agree, SASB got it right here and here and here, but we disagree. We thought this was a big gap we had to fill in ourselves. And then to Kurt's point, ask how they filled it in. Did they use a source generally accepted, or some other kind of NGO or other kind of data source that you can learn from and connect with and bring into the fold? And I personally would be interested to learn if that's part of the project. If you get back, if you find out where those common gaps are, if you have a sense for getting back to the scope question, do you have a clearer sense of how many industries are going to be impacted or sectors? And also, if it's a single, if you start to hear a common thread, such as we believe diversity for example, is something that is material to every single industry, or in the sense of the climate research, 75 out of 77 industries, or some kind of, big takeaway that we can start to learn from.
Just, again, I know Liz has got a question. Just follow the rules. So I think what would be very helpful is essentially when each of the sector analysts has had an opportunity to comment on their sectors, having a way to bring back as part of an update where it looks like there's the biggest gap within different sectors would be helpful. And then I know that the proposals are going to come from those different analysts when as they see the need and opportunity, feasibility, as these proposals happen. But part of what will be helpful for us is seeing what may be coming is getting a sense that here's where the gaps are.
And just to add to that, I think one of the points of this slide was Kelly's been very thoughtful about trying to gauge each of the major workflow phases to end at or near a standards board meeting. So that kind of at each major milestone, we'll be able to provide insights and an update that can help steward the project from there. This one being a key one.
Again, it's to facilitate identification of opportunities, not necessarily for us to do the writing.
No, it's fine. I'm used to waiting. This is just a comment. I think based on this conversation, it seems like we are very U.S. oriented in this work, which I know is not the intention. I saw some references to the international frameworks in the presentation, but I think this is a place where we're going to have to be very intentional about making sure we're taking into account non-U.S. frameworks, particularly since human capital looks very different in different parts of the country. So just as you develop the work plan and as you think about partners, we should look at partners who have an international. I know you know this. I just wanted to.
It's a great
reiterate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, especially on things like diversity, just viewed very differently from country to country.
Which is exactly my feedback. If you're asking people who use the standard.
Right. We do have some more topics to get to. So what I want to do actually is just give you a chance to ask anything to the board that you still like to comment on.
No, I think you guys, kind of read my mind. The key questions here were really about timing of deliverables, board engagement, really examples of when it would be value add for you guys to come in and provide feedback, examples of when it would not be, and then just any other general concerns you have about, order of operations, the scope, or just, the stakeholder engagement plan. So if there's any other comments, we'd be happy to answer it at this time.
I think this has been very helpful. Nice to see. This is a big jump from what we talked about 3 months ago. So great job with the work so far, and look forward to hearing more on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now down to, I think we'll probably address these last two issues jointly. So we are going to be looking at an update on our 2 governance-related projects on rules of procedure and conceptual framework. And so we have Shivani with us to talk us through those projects. So Shivani, I invite you to...
Maybe just briefly before Shivani introduces herself, as you'll see, these status updates are substantially shorter than the human capital one. But with that said, we can certainly, from our view, eat into the agenda planning time, and as long as we reserve 15 minutes or so for that discussion at the end, then I think we're in good shape. So with that said, over to you, Shivani.
Cool, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Shivani. I presented to you in September on the Rules of Procedure and Conceptual Framework project, and I just want to provide a brief status update, and I'm still figuring out how to use this. Provide a brief status update on the project, and then I'll turn to you guys for questions. So hopefully I won't take up too much time. And one thing that I do want to preface this conversation with is that there are briefing memos in your board book that have information on the rules of procedure and the conceptual framework. And there are the approach that we've already taken with each project and the next steps that we envision. And then there are also questions that I've posed to board members that I will circle back around for later. So let's start by talking about the rules of procedure. So just to review, the scope of the rules of procedure is the following. It's the center box that you see with 3 bullet points. So first and foremost, we want to make sure that SASB's rules of procedure reflects our current mission statement. And then secondly, we do not want it to mention any 3-year revision cycle because we no longer operate on that, you know.
In fact, we never quite did.
We never quite did. Yeah, we always had the project-based approach, and so we really want to emphasize that and expand upon that in our current rules of procedure. And then we'll also use it to address any opportunities for clarity. And so the only thing that I really want to share with you that I just want to highlight, as also mentioned in the briefing memo, is that I do hope to get a revised rules of procedure draft to the Standards Board by mid-February. Hopefully it'll be before the board meeting, but I will operate on that timeline. So I just want to pause here and see if there are any questions on anything that I've just said or on anything in the board book.
So Shivani, where we have item number 2,
Yeah.
which I understand there's a rules of procedure document, but we also have a public-facing website that I believe describes certain things about us.
Correct.
So my question is that website accurate? And if it's not accurate, shouldn't we immediately make changes to the website?
So thankfully, I have been working with our communications team pretty closely on that, and so everything should be aligned by the end of the rules of procedure revision.
Wait. So I'm saying we have a website.
Yeah.
It's a public-facing
Yeah.
thing. There's some easy things we really like to. We never had a 3-year cycle.
That's gone.
If it's okay.
Yeah.
So let me show you.
It is
I don't believe
accurate.
there's any board approval that we really need to make a correction of an error.
Correct.
So I'm sure that website's up to date.
It is accurate and up to date right now. And the benefit here is that the rules of procedure, as Shivani already mentioned, have already contemplated some sort of a project-based approach. So nothing on the website even contradicts the current rules of procedure.
Mm-hmm.
We just have expanded, given all the work we've done with the board to build out this project-based approach. So in short, yes, the website is accurate and up to date.
One other point, the foundation board did change the mission to eliminate some words. That's been updated too.
Correct,
Good.
yeah. And if anything changes with the rules of procedure, then we'll be sure to update the website.
Okay.
Any other questions on that, on the rules of procedure?
So there's a question anonymously asked.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was I'm just, why do we have to wait till February to get the draft?
So what I'm envisioning for the revision process is I've sent out a draft to the staff that's on the project team, and then I would like to send it to board members on the project team, and then from there I'd actually like to send it to Jeff before I send it to the entire board.
So the project team and the staff needs to review it before it comes back to the board.
Correct. I'd hope that happens, but if you guys don't see a need for that, then happy to talk about that too. Right now, the staff members do have it in their inboxes, and I have received some feedback.
There is a need for that.
We would prefer that for efficiency's sake and focusing your time and energy
Great.
where it makes sense, both to ensure staff is aligned and bring something forward to the board. So yeah.
Great.
And Verity, I can send it to you if you'd like to see it.
I want to see it after the feed.
Anonymously, though, of course.
After the staff put feeds in, that would be better.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions on the rules of procedure?
Just how's it going, and how do you feel about how it's moving along? And
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I will say we had a very dry couple of phone calls about the language in the rules of procedure. I don't think you can make that very fun. And language is what really matters with these documents. And so
Have you gone to the dentist and had your gums?
Yeah.
1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2. It was
I noticed you guys didn't include me on the.
Oh, we're not.
You're welcome.
We're not for punishment.
Yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good after those calls, and we have made a number of changes.
And this requires a full 90-day exposure or commitment. We think it requires that kind of external.
So that's actually a question I have for you guys.
My thought is that we really lose nothing by going through the
comment.
There's no great thing that couldn't be done until this is finished. So this is really just reflecting how we want to operate. And in reflecting how we want to operate, we ought to reflect the way in which we're going to operate.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be out there publicly. That's why.
Any other questions before I move on to the conceptual framework? All right. And then I have a bunch of appendixes.
Yeah.
All right. All right, and then the conceptual framework. So again, to review, in September, we decided to advance this project, and we decided to advance it with this scope in mind. So this would be the minimum scope of the conceptual framework project. So first, again, it would reflect SASB's updated mission statement, and we would also want to make sure that it reflects our global approach as opposed to a more US-centric approach. And then if there are any outdated assumptions or definitions or data cited in the document, then we'd want to make sure to update those as well. And then for the conceptual framework, it's a little bit more complicated, as you guys may imagine. We've already referenced it a number of times in the context of financial materiality and just making sure that we get that definition right. And that's just one very small piece of the conversation for the conceptual framework project. And so for this project, I'd actually like to hold an offsite for the project team so that we can go into depth on each topic that we're thinking of. And at that offsite, I'd like to discuss and confirm the scope of this project.
This is the one you're going to have in the Napa Valley? Is that it? I had a couple of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, I have a slide on that just so that we can all take a look at this together. So here are the people working on this project.
While we're digesting that, I guess I'm just fresh from our symposium yesterday and some of the talk about the direction of the SASB entity. Globalization can be a couple of different things. I mean, one is just removing the U.S.-centric terms, but we do seem to be in a new era of engagement, collaboration. Terminology is an issue, non-financial versus material. And just didn't know how much you consider where the world of us does this begin to talk about our philosophy and approach towards engagement and more being more externally aligned, I guess.
I think the idea is that we would rely on the project team during an offsite to delve into that. Like what would be the challenge in doing that? And what would be the benefit of being able to more clearly articulate some of these issues? I think it's whatever we do, we're not likely to rewrite it again in a year. And so I think if there's an opportunity to more clearly articulate something which will have long-standing benefits to the work that we do going forward, then I think now is probably the time that we try to address that. But that'll be something that we have to talk about and see how much agreement there is around where we might go with it and how challenging it might be to actually settle on something that will be understood in the way in which we want it to be understood.
Yeah, completely agree.
And I guess if the scope is a little broader or more comprehensive, if not detailed, is that then something that we may want to also then present and review to the foundation?
I think that we probably will get some input on it. We did originally as well. There's a line between the work that we do and they don't engage in standard setting, but they do set mission and direction. And so if they misunderstood the words that we put in our conceptual framework, that would be a problem. And so we would want to make sure that there's understanding. I don't think we would have them on the team, but we do have Tom, who would be one of those people. And I think getting some of their input would definitely be warranted.
Jeff, at the symposium yesterday where the partner from Deloitte had a slide that showed along the left-hand side financial information and sort of the IFRS project. Over here she had the other information, and she included SASB down at the bottom, and then she has one circle at the bottom that's one singular conceptual framework that would drive the decisions of the two on timeliness, relevance, all that. So not that our conceptual framework should just be changed for that, but I think what I would like you to think about doing is, so go look at the IFRS conceptual framework and the elements of that, and just look at it in the context of our conceptual framework. Not that what she said will happen, but it was just, I thought that was the interesting part of the slide. That you have two separate things, but they share one common conceptual framework.
And, you know, it would be unfair to suggest that we developed this conceptual framework in a vacuum. We learned from the work that's gone before, and you can see in the writing that it actually is related to the SASB and the ISB conceptual frameworks as well.
Yeah, we have actually taken a look at it in the very preliminary stages of this project, so we can revisit that again. Any other questions on the conceptual framework for either project?
Do you have remind me that, did we talk about timing on this one?
So offsite is more of a logistical scheduling issue than anything else. Once we have that, I can definitely come back to the board with more concrete dates.
And these last two, we sort of saved the best for last because of the priorities. It's number one, right?
Yeah, to the extent that we could try to identify that date sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, absolutely. Do we have any questions on the phone?
My only comment on this one, Shivani, and I think I said it to you when I was out in San Francisco too, is just that there could be elements depending on where we go on scope, like materiality that could be, that could take a while, and there'll be other elements to the conceptual framework that will be more quick, and we should consider whether or not we could bifurcate the project to get the stuff done that is easier to get done, get it done in one shot, and then take the time that we need to consider the other issues. But that's just a thought to consider.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So maybe create a separate standalone document that you reference in the conceptual framework, and then do that other document later.
We'll put that on the agenda for the. Okay. I think that's been great. Thank you, Shivani, for that update. So let's spend the last few minutes that we've got and talk about our agenda planning.
Great. So I think I'll go ahead and lead the discussion there. Let me see where we are in terms of slides. Perfect. So this session, we're really going to be taking a look forward, given the decisions we've made today around adding 4 new projects to our pipeline, as well as the 3 existing. Really just wanted to give folks kind of a forward-looking view on what we can anticipate that's known and in our pipeline over the coming year. So we'll take a quick look at that, and just want to recognize Devin, who listened to me describe wildly what I wanted for this slide, and came up with, I think, a very beautiful view of our work over the next year. So thank you, Devin, for doing that. So just to kind of go quarter by quarter, so clearly we have 7 approved projects based on the decisions made today that the team is currently working on, as well as a lot that are currently early in the pipeline in that project screening phase, which we'll touch on in just a second. So really for the first quarter of next year, for our February meeting, most likely, as Brian alluded to towards the start of this meeting, we'll be focusing on several new project proposals, which we'll touch on briefly, as well as getting updates on all of the active projects where there are matters that the project managers feel that they want to bring to the board to give you additional information or insights or seek guidance on the ongoing stewardship of those projects. Certainly human capital is one I'm sure you'll hear an update on, but there will be some updates, of course, as we just talked about on the rules of procedure and conceptual framework, and likely some early learnings from the 4 projects that were just approved. So the main theme for our quarter 1 meeting will likely consist of additionally filling out our pipeline, as well as updates on our ongoing projects. For the second quarter, we'll start to get into some decision points. So for the tailings project that Ekaterina presented, we may be in a position to review some of the initial project findings and get the board's input on some potential alternatives we could take there with respect to the path forward on that project. And for the content moderation and plastics project, as Gail mentioned, we expect to have a recommendation at that time around whether to proceed with a standard setting project. Similarly for the content moderation project. So that'll be several conclusions of research projects that we'll be planning to present to the board, seeking approval for next steps generated by those projects. And then, of course, as you see here for the rules of procedure project, currently the project plan would be to reach a decision point related to formally updating that document at that time. Third quarter, we'll anticipate a similar decision point around the conceptual framework, as well as we'll likely be starting to have report outs from projects approved in Q1 of 2020. And then towards the end of the year, we'll be closing out some of the longer projects that we discussed today around the systemic risk project and the final conclusions on the tailings management standard setting project.
Can we take a second to talk about the calendar?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we're coming down the home stretch and looking for a decision on December 4th for these new standards, that will be after we've had our SAG meeting. If we do the same pattern as this year, I worry a little bit that we're a little out of sync, and it would be nice to take advantage of this week as a way to communicate changes, unless there's just so much work to do even after that red dot. So that's one issue, I guess, is the relative timing. And the other is, what's the best time of year to launch new metrics? And is it this time late in the year, maybe telegraphing that it's coming, or just two thoughts I guess I'd be interested in hearing.
I think that's a great point. I think some of the details around how we would launch new standards, we probably still need to be thoughtful about and work out. In terms of the scope of work that we have before us, this is the timing that we think we could reach a decision. But certainly it's up to us to discuss what the right timing is for actually executing and then publicly announcing those decisions. So I think we'd be interested in the board's input on how we navigate that.
So one way I would think about this too is that as projects moving along, it might be that at a particular board meeting, we might realize that there isn't a whole lot left to be done before we could approve a change to the standards. But it wasn't done before the board meeting, and so we can have additional calls that we can webcast and so have a public discussion of it, or if it just is a little bit minor work that has to be done, then we can have a vote offline as well. So just to suggest that as we're moving along, there may be an opportunity to make quicker progress on some things and not have to wait an entire board cycle to get to it.
It's a great option to keep in mind. So think of these broadly as timing when we might be able to target certain decisions in certain board meetings. But if it makes sense to take an alternative tactic, perfect. We'll schedule a call accordingly.
If there's a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Comment on first question related to the SAG workshop.
Yeah. So I think related to the SAG workshop, so I would anticipate that likely with where these projects are in their phases, we would have concluded a significant amount of the public consultation. So it's unlikely we'd be seeking anything significant in a SAG workshop. But I think we should be mindful of how we would.
I'm thinking more what we would say to them as far as communicating coming attractions.
Reporting back.
Sure, and I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't share that these are tentatively up for board decision in this meeting and really use that as an opportunity to present what the staff has determined and then, highlight that a decision will be made in the subsequent board meeting.
We flagged some of today's content on human capital in the symposium and before that. So
It's also something we can talk about with Marvin in terms of when we time that meeting. I think it was nice to take advantage of having all these SASB activities this week, but I think it's also good to be thoughtful about, are we over-consuming resources by having everything all in one week as well? So certainly something we have to think about.
Everyone's still standing.
Yeah. And they're looking surprisingly resilient to me, so.
So just to, I know we're running short on time here, so I'll briefly just touch on, so right now I'm going to run over just a quick teaser preview of some of the things that the staff is actively working on. You've seen some of the projects we formally proposed to you, but there's a lot going on back at SASB headquarters with the staff really actively developing a number of different potential research project proposals. And so these are all squarely in the project screening phase where the staff is focused on engagement to understand market views on the issues they're looking at, of course, prioritizing the Standards Advisory Board, our Standards Advisory Group. Several of the topics that we dove into in that meeting are ones that will be familiar to you on the list we're about to review, where the staff is actively researching that, of course, reaching out to folks on the Standards Board and the staff doing their core research. So just to run through a few of those, and I won't spend a ton of time, but things that the staff are looking at are, for example, looking at transition risk in a few different sectors, extractives, transportation, infrastructure, really assessing the state to which the current standards take into account different scenarios that account for changes in policy and technology penetration and how that might impact business models within those industries. We're looking at physical climate risk in extractives and infrastructure. This is an area where recent events have signaled to us a lot of these large fixed assets happen to be in places where there's significant physical climate risk, often coastal and low-lying areas, and we saw significant disruption in a number of storms most recently. So an area that's being actively looked at. Anton is looking at climate risk and opportunity in bank loan portfolios. This is something we were able to start to explore with the SAG in our meeting on Monday. We're looking at scenario analysis in extractives. We have metrics currently in 2 industries in that sector, in the coal operations and exploration and production standards, but we're looking at whether there needs to be additional disclosures related to scenario analysis in other parts of the oil and gas or energy value chain. For multi-line and retail, Taylor's looking at greenhouse gas emissions and exploring the extent to which investors are interested in and companies are disclosing on greenhouse gas emissions associated with distribution. In the food and beverage side, Lynn is looking at the impact of alternative proteins, of which are increasingly becoming popular with consumers. Also looking at whether we need to explore how we might incorporate aquaculture and the fishing industry into our current standards, potentially looking at the meat, poultry, and dairy standard, or potentially another place that might fit into our existing standards. Greg is looking at data security and customer privacy, really looking at what we're seeing with current and historical feedback around our metrics on that topic, getting some initial views from investors and companies on how we might evolve our approach on that issue. He's also looking at the use of AI and big data and technology. This is something that's getting quite a bit of increasing attention from policymakers, and so we want to understand trends there and how that might impact companies in the industry and investor interest resulting from that. We're looking at a couple projects around industry structure. We touched on this earlier, looking at e-commerce and the extent to which that is an activity or a separate industry. And in the financials industry, Anton has been working with Devin to look at how we've defined different segments or industries within that sector, specifically commercial banks, consumer finance, and investment banks, and understanding those industry structures and how they map to different ESG issues and whether we have the most ideal industry structure currently. We're also looking at the apparel and textile manufacturing supply chain and understanding whether there's more that we can do around ESG risk in different parts of the value chain. And then lastly, Kelly's looking at continuing to monitor access and affordability and drug pricing in the biotechnology and pharmaceutical industry, which is always an ongoing issue, lots of attention to that. We also dove into it in the Standards Advisory Group meeting, so lots of food for thought for us there. So I just want to give you a flavor of some of the things that are on our horizon that the team is actively looking at, and we'll be vetting and hopefully moving forward over the coming meetings into potential research or standard setting project proposals. So lots of fun stuff that we're looking at and important issues as well. So I'll pause here and see if you have any questions around any of this. I won't claim to be able to answer them other than the short summaries that analysts have provided me, but just want to see if there's any thoughts around what we have on our horizon.
Thanks for including that list. I was going to ask all of those questions.
Perfect.
You nailed it.
Good thing I waited till the end.
I have
There'll be a few more coming, right, from the human capital project.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And several of the projects we've already taken on have the potential, as we saw, for example, with plastics, there could be other impacts that come out of that as well.
I had one, and this came up a little bit in the SAG around the climate risk and infrastructure.
Yeah.
Shivani was part of that too, and we, I guess, with this PG&E debacle, is there any, we have some metrics around maintenance and some of that stuff, but is there anything we could have and could have tracked that might have predicted that risk or that condition? It would be part of, I guess, of that.
That's
anyway.
exactly what we're trying to understand there.
What did we miss, or what could anybody have seen?
It's one of the interesting things about these capital-intensive industries where their facilities are not flexible. They're stuck where they are for 30 years, and there's implications for greater exposure to physical climate risk that can come with that. And so I think the challenge, I could spend a lot of time talking about this, but the challenge really is in identifying, because a lot of these risks manifest in a very localized way. So in the case of PG&E, it was, of course, fire hazard and extended drought, and then, aging infrastructure. And so how do we think from a industry by industry standard setting perspective about creating metrics that can help illuminate what may be localized risks in a way that's comparable across companies within an industry? I think it's something for us to
That
explore.
was really a theme that I think the SAG, at least certainly in this one and
Yeah.
a couple others, is this whole, as we go global,
Yeah.
regional differences become more acute.
Yeah.
And that is an area I think can be kind of an open issue conceptually around what we're doing.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really going to be something we have to be thoughtful about. Great. So I think in the last 5 minutes, maybe Jeff, I'll turn it back to you and just have a quick look ahead at the dates for our upcoming meetings to give folks here and listening in a preview of when they'll be able to hear us again.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the update on what's going on at back
at the farm.
Back at the farm. And I think I just want to mention that seeing that list, to me it's the combination of what the analysts are hearing as they are engaging in their various sectors, and matching it up with the things that we've identified as priorities, and so it's identifying opportunities and then seeing which ones sort of have legs and which ones seem most promising, and then bringing those to us. And the further along they are, the more likely we are to be ready for a specific standard setting project, and others will need more work. But great to see the whole process, and I think that the team's done a really good job of identifying issues, bringing ones that seem to have a lot of promise to us, and getting the materials to the board that we need to make some of these assessments. So just appreciate all the work that the team has done, and especially getting ready for a very busy week. So acknowledging that. So we've got four meetings plans for 2020. The dates are locked in for the first three, so February 24th and 5th, June 22nd, 23rd, September 17th and 18th. For now, we're thinking of those a 2-day hold, and depending on what it looks like, and we are already starting to get a clearer sense of what our agendas will be looking like for those meetings as we get the project planning more finalized. So for now, hold that, and we'll try to, if it's going to be a day and a half or something like that, we will get you an update, and Blanca will be our channel for holding your time, but no longer than we need to. In December, we will wait and also see what other events are going on that week to see what capacity there is to have a meeting and what need there is for time that week as well. But do plan on in all likelihood the first week of December when the symposium is to have an additional meeting there. So with that, I think Mark, any last thoughts before we start to wrap up the meeting? I want to give you a chance to chime in.
I appreciate it, but I'm not going to stand in the way of wrapping up.
You sort of just did, but so I think with that, I'll thank everybody, and those who were listening in today. Again, point out that the agenda for today, the materials for today are available on our calendar, standard setting calendar, and an archive of today's meeting will be available soon. So with that, we'll close this meeting and thank everyone for their participation.